2, but I was taking the max 2, and not all the bowl. Like every
You're
other.
adorable. You're adorable.
Okay.
God.
Hello,
Sweetest
everyone.
little baby. Hello.
Welcome to the end of the world. I am your DM today.
I am José Mourinho.
I got nothing. So last time, we did a session 0, and nothing interesting happened at all. Everyone was given their respective invitations to the gallery. Man's eating cereal. Yeah, everyone was given their respective invitations. And there's been a bit of downtime between receiving the invitations and the gallery actually arriving. It's been about a week, so each of you have had sort of that time to do whatever it is that you've been doing, whether you've been just sort of vibing or if you've been working, all of that sort of stuff. That's entirely up to you. Yes. So we'll kick this off. It's a new day in Seoul. That is what I'm missing. Cool. Yes, it's a new day in Seoul. There is people everywhere in the streets, just running from place to place, going about their day, doing their jobs. The familiar sight of, well, not so familiar to some of you, more familiar to others, sight of cultists of the oracles performing their duties as guards throughout the city, handling whatever situations may arise. There's something different about today, though. Something you can't quite put your finger on, and it's only when each of you doing whatever it is that you're doing, you hear whispers throughout the street. It's about the afternoon. There's whispers of, it's here. Oh, where'd that building come from? It's the gallery, with many people traveling towards this strange building which seemingly just appeared out of nowhere overnight. So each of you sort of make your way towards this building. It's relatively small. It's like a sort of the size of a small inn, single story. It's mostly stone constructions with wooden support beams around the building and wooden roofing. There's large double doors at the front with two guards in front, two large men guarding the front door. And there's a long line of people leading back through the streets down and around as people wait in line to be given access. And some people are being turned away, being told that they don't have the invitation. It's invitation only, leading to a bit of saltiness from some people. Yeah, so, can I just get everyone a moment? I need my notes. Can someone please, well, actually, can everyone please roll me initiative?
What?
The little boy.
When you start off the game rolling initiative, you know you're fucked.
Oh.
It's better than a wisdom saving throw.
16 for you chunky metal boy.
Okay, Ogin, how much initiative you have, my boy?
This is already off to a great start. I got a natural 20.
Yeah.
Ooh!
I got a 10.
15 for your second fancy boy.
9 plus 4 for 13 for your giant lady.
Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Ambrose, what did you get?
10.
10 out of 10.
Okay, Jackson,
Nat 20.
do you have any modifiers for that, or?
Yeah, 23.
Okay. Marigold,
16.
Ogin,
15. Right after the big boy.
Snaris,
13.
Sorenja.
Also a 16.
Cool.
Where's the
Um,
moon dicks?
Yeah, who's got higher decks between Sorenja and Marigold?
I feel like probably Mary.
I've got 14. So +2.
I've also got 14.
Roll a dice.
I'm wrestle
Then-
for it.
Yeah,
let the
two-
Go
dice god
alphabetical
decide.
order. Alphabetical order.
Okay.
M goes before S.
Okay. Cool.
Oh no.
Yeah.
The dice god.
Cool. So, we've got 1,
The dice god is not happy.
2,
Pick you like more wombat. That won't lead to any issues.
cool. Jackson in last place. 6. Okay.
Oh, I didn't.
Cool. Yeah. So, Jackson, you are the first one to reach the door. These two men stand there. Two rather large men. They don't tower over you, but they are like still taller than you. One has these bandages over his eyes with some visible scarring underneath. He's shirtless with a scroll of indecipherable writing that's just been nailed into his chest, and the rest of his body is covered in dark red robes. And the second one has tattoos and scars of indecipherable words just all over his face and his body, just anywhere that there's visible skin, there's this writing. And he is wearing dark blue robes. And at both of their sides are these, you can see they are clearly well-worn, well-used, hooked maces. And as you approach, the one with the blindfold says, "Invitation."
So after he says that, I just pause on the spot and go, "Why, of course." And I reach into my jacket and pull up my well-maintained ticket and hand it to him.
He takes it. He sort of places his hand on this scroll that's nailed into his chest, and then waves it over this piece of paper and hands it back to you. And your ticket, it once had all the words and everything, and it stated that it was your invite. It's now blank. And the other one with the tattoos waves you in and says, "Welcome, we hope you enjoy the show."
Thank you, my good sir. Put the ticket back from where I put it out, and I walk in.
Yeah. A bit later on, well, actually, you know what? That's actually surprisingly fortunate. Mary and Sorenja, you guys are standing together in line. Wow, who'da thunk it? So it's a bit later on now. After a couple minutes, like maybe 15 or so minutes of waiting, you finally get there, seeing many people be turned away from this place. As you approach, you can see these two men, probably like they sort of tower over you, Sorenja, but Mary, they're sort of roughly same height as you. Probably working like some sort of security for the job, like bouncers. And as you approach, they the one with they both place out their hands and ask for your invitation.
Marigold takes off his hat, takes the invitation from the just offers it out. Just like
The one with the blindfold takes your ticket, touches his scroll, and waves his hand over it and hands it back. Says, "Enjoy the show." And the second one waits to receive the invitation.
Sorenja would be like having her hands in the air and like fiddling through a bag and like passing small vials to the ground, just mix match things. And at the bottom of this like side satchel, she'll pull out like a crumpled up like piece of paper and like put it against her leg and like trying to press out all of the crinkles and just like awkwardly smile as she like hands it to this guy.
Just completely unfazed by like this sort of this disorganized
Fuckery.
person in front of him. He takes this he takes your piece of paper, and this one runs his arms over his tattoos and scars, and then wipes his hand over the invitation. He hands it back to you, and it's now blank. And he waves you in and says, "Enjoy the gallery."
Thank you, Mary. Shall we?
I think we should, and then just gonna walk in. I also imagine that when they were queuing at the start, Sorenja was just in the queue, and then Marigold just spotted her and just walked straight through the entire queue just to get. Like, I recognize you.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Not too far behind is Ogin. So you've been waiting in line for maybe 20 minutes or so. You've just seen Warforged, like, sort of above everyone, walk through these doors. And then it's maybe like another 5 minutes or so of waiting before you finally get up to the doors. Many people are turned away from the doors and sent back. And as you approach, the one with the blindfold, one of these guards with the blindfold, places his hand out and asks for your invitation.
So is it the evening, or what time is it?
It's the afternoon.
It's the afternoon. Okay. Hello, gentlemen. And he will go search his leather right behind his armor, and we'll give her in to them, and we will say, "How are you doing today?"
We're doing well, thank you. And he'll take your invitation. He'll touch his hand to the scroll and wipe his hand over your invitation and hand it back to you, with it being blank now. And he'll wave you in and says, "I hope you enjoy the gallery."
I hope to. Have a great day. I would say have a great day. I'm a gentleman.
Yep, cool. Yeah, cool. Next is Sneros. It's a bit later on in the day now. You have seen a lot of people get turned away and only a few people going in. But from what you can have been able to see from being, above everyone, is at the sort of Morehead, like the more recent people that you've seen be allowed in, they've handed over some sort of piece of paper to these guards who have then waved them in. And as you finally approach, the guard with all the tattoos and scars places out his hand and says, "Invitation, please."
She would have had hers already out, just hand it over as soon as he started to say the word.
Okay. He will take the invitation, he'll touch his tattoos and his scars, and then he'll wipe his hand over this invitation, hand it back to you. It'll be blank, and he will wave you in and says, "Please enjoy the gallery."
She'll nod and go inside.
And finally, we've got Ambrose. It's getting more towards like the sort of later end of the day, like the sun is sort of starting to start setting. It's about maybe 3 o'clock or so. You sort of spent most of your day waiting in line at this waiting in line for your entrance.
He's just vibrating with excitement. He's just so excited.
You've seen a lot of people get turned away at the door. And you've seen some people get in by showing some sort of piece of paper or something to them at the door. And as you approach these two, the one with the tattoos and scars opens out his hand and says, "Invitation, please."
Of course. And he's already got it in his hands. Just, here we go.
And he'll take it. He'll wave his hands over his tattoos and his scars, then over the piece of paper, hands it back to you, and it's now blank.
And he looks at it. Do I still need this?
That's up to you. You've been accounted for.
I'll keep it. Thanks.
Enjoy the gallery. And he'll
I will.
Wave you in.
Okay.
So, as you've all gone inside the gallery, it's you're stepping through these large double doors. There's like this sort of short hallway that leads to it opens up into this theater-esque area. There's rows of seats with red cushions that are filling the room. People are sitting all around the room in chairs, having conversations with each other, very excited, seeing what this is all about, and all like sort of comparing, like, and talking about, oh, my invitation said this, and it did this and that, and there's conversations about, oh, is this some sort of magic show? Is this like more like an art exhibit or what? Throughout the room, there is several windows lining the room. All the shutters have been locked open, allowing the air and sunlight to fill the room. At the far end of the room, there's a raised stage flanked by stairs that lead up to it. There's a dark blue curtain blocking sight to the back of the stage. And If you would all kindly jump on over to Roll20. Bibbity bobbity boop. I hope this is the right map. There we go. Cool.
I don't feel kind today.
What was the link for it?
You fucking muppet. No, one second.
Important stuff. Important stuff.
Yeah, it's probably in there.
Not stuff.
We knew there was one person who didn't join.
I think that's
I
my
did
new
join, I
favorite
just-
insult.
You fucking muppet.
You fucking muppet.
You
So-
fucking muppet.
I definitely joined it. It's just not in my bookmarks. So I did fuck up, just not the way you'd expect.
That button. Yes.
Add
And
to
then-
bookmarks now before I forget.
Boom. Bibbity bop. Boom. Alright, cool.
There is a smudge.
No.
No.
He's just a good little chef boy.
Good old chefy boy.
Cool. Okay. Excellent. So, one by one, as you have all sort of, Have I fucked this? Probably. Oh well. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So as you all are sort of like one by one making your way into this room, Jackson, could you please place down your token first?
Yep.
He is a big boy.
Yay!
Everyone's huge.
Huge.
And yeah, so you enter this room. Yeah, there's just rows and rows of seats. There's a big old stage, a giant curtain. Doors, the windows are open, letting the breeze through, and you can see Sol out the windows. Bye, Tay.
Tay dies a little every day.
Don't we all?
Yeah, feel free to go and sit where you sit.
Yeah, 1 second. Okay, so I imagine because I arrived there quite early, it wouldn't have been as packed. So as I make my way down the rows, I would look either side just to see who's there. Before noticing a familiar face to my left, upon which I would casually approach, wave as I get closer, and ask, say, hang on, make sure I got a name right. Is it Mirna?
Yeah.
Mirna? Yeah. So I say, Mirna, glad to see you. Is this seat available?
Yes, of course. It's good to see you, Jackson. Wow. Yeah, I didn't I didn't think that you'd be here.
Well, when I'm not doing business for my father, I try to attend whatever functions I can.
Well, that's good to know that you've got a life outside of work. Yeah, are you excited for this show?
To be honest, I'm not even quite sure what this show is. I was minding my own business one day and happened to find this ticket in my pocket somehow. But, as always, I'm excited to experience new things. And I'm sure such an exclusive event can only be entertaining.
Yes, I tend to think the same. I find it funny the way you mentioned you received your ticket. A similar thing happened to me. I came out of a meeting and suddenly I had a ticket, which was rather interesting. Yes, but I'm sure that we'll see what it's all about later. Okay. would you care to give a description of Jackson before we move on?
So Jackson, the human. First of all, he stands at, I think I put him
6'4".
1.9 meters, which is like 6'4". Well groomed, well dressed. His eyes are distinguishable, like sort of a ice color. I can't remember what we said it was last time we spoke about our characters. But yeah, fairly well maintained, well groomed. Yeah, I don't really think there's much more to it.
Cool. Is Zap with Jackson today?
Yes, Zap is with Jackson, but he would be resting comfortably in Jackson's inner pocket.
Okay, cool. All right. Cool. So following this, a bit later, giving Jackson some time to catch up with Mirna, Mary and Sorenja are allowed through the door. Please place down your tokens. The door being here.
Bonk.
That's accurate. There we go.
That's not accurate.
There we go.
There we
Cool.
go.
Yeah. So you guys enter through these doors. You see just these rows and rows of chairs that people are starting to make their way in. Like more and more people have started making their way in. And you can see it's a rather mixed bag. There's some people who seem to be of like quite high standing, and there's some who seem to be a lot lower standing. Which is perhaps interesting for a invitation only event. But yes, you are free to go and find somewhere to sit or go and have a chat with people.
Mary, there's a lot of people in here. Should we sit near the back so you're not distracting?
Yeah, I imagine that some of these people may not be able to see over my hat, but I don't really want to take it off, so maybe
No,
towards the
your
back
hat
is nice.
magnificent, and I would not expect you to take it off. I think the back is lovely. And then she would point to her side where the kind of like blank row is and be like pointing and gesturing to the empty chairs.
Yeah, I'll turn to Sorenja and say, "You recognize anyone here? Because I see a fellow over there that I work with from time to time." He's gonna nod his hat over to his halfling over there on the left.
Well, there's some old folks up front there. People in my life, yes. Not in the work way. They're just friends. But it's neither here nor there.
Cool. Can we get a description from of what Marigold looks like?
Yeah, big boy, standing at a good, I think he was 6'10". Yeah. Wearing sort of a dark navy blue suit with some goldish buttons, a red tie, and his little hat. Carrying around a cane that looks like to be a wood effect with a sort of circular hold on the top that he's just kind of prancing around with every now and again, but more often than not holding it. And he wears shoes, which is weird, because he thinks they're weird, but he does wear shoes. And he's probably kind of like trying to keep himself kind of small at the minute, realizing that there's a lot of people and don't want to be in the way. He's right in the corner.
Okay. Cool. And can I get a description of Sorenja, please?
Yeah, she's about 5'5", under frame, kind of like caramelly tan skin, with lots of like pinpoint freckles across the bridge of her nose. woman in appearance with very large, like ashy brown hair. Her eyes are like almond shaped, but like too large to be almond shaped. It's kind of awkwardly sat on her face. Wearing lots of black flowy fabrics and reds. Has like a very like thin, transparent cape with the phases of the moon kind of like lacing the bottom, and there's like big brass like clips holding the cape to her shoulders. Big hood. Looks absolutely small in compared to Mary, but is trying to present bigger than she is for her own safety.
Yeah. Very good. Thank you. All right, and shortly after, a certain someone enters. Yes, fancy chap. The doors swing open, and Ogin enters.
So when he enters, everyone that is looking at him will clearly see that it is a military person, walking straight, having a severe face, and knowing where he is going. Walking toward a familiar face. Is it the good one? Yes, it is the good one.
Yeah, it is. Cool. And as you sit down next to this person, he keeps his head straight, like towards the stage, not looking at you, and just says, "Good to see you again."
Good to see you again. Thank you. I see that you did make it too.
I still don't like the sound of this, personally, but I think it would be.
They already know where I come, so I might be in trouble.
Well,
so
at least
you will
it's
need
more
to
of
leave
us.
if thing is getting a little bit out of hand. You will need to run.
I'm not afraid of a fight, especially not against these ones.
Yes, but you are important for you know what. I am not.
Well, I mean, one of the Emerald Legion. I think you're fairly important.
And I will say, shh. I'm not really appreciated here.
Very few things are.
I have a glove on my right hand, but not on my left for anyone.
Yeah.
That is an
Yeah.
important thing.
Would you like to give a description of again?
So he has a red and a green outfit. Okay, so but you cannot see from which military he is from because he do not wear his insignia. And yeah, he has a little fancy hat like Marigold. In concurrence with Marigold for the best hat in the in here. And yeah, he's 6 foot, basic white and brown hair. Yeah, little brown hair. You can see, and you can see there is a rapier on his right side, and that he has only one glove and not two.
Oh. Thank you. Cool. A bit later on, it starts to get, well, not darker, but later. The noise outside starts dying down a bit, and another face comes through the door.
Is it time to put my token down?
Yes.
Giant.
Muscle Mummy has entered the conversation.
Cool.
Bump.
Yeah, so you enter this wide room. There's lots of rows of seats and a giant stage at the far end of the room. There's people all about the place, really. There's a warforged brooding in the corner. And yeah, just a mixed bag of people.
She's gonna look around, recognize a couple faces, but she is going to stride over this way, not stooping down, not keeping her head down. She'll take a seat right in that row.
Okay.
Just cross her legs rather ladylike for someone as tall as she is. One hand over the other, and 2 fingers will actually give a small wave to the one that she knows.
Okay. Just he keeps his head
A
straight.
silent, subtle greeting.
He keeps his head straight, but just gives like a sort of nod as in acknowledgement. Okay. Would you please give a description of Snaros?
So she's about 8 feet tall. And when she walks in a room, she is very stoic in a sense, as well as she seems to have a purpose. And she has long white hair, but it is braided from the front, so that way any loose strand stays out of her face. She dresses a little warmly for the area, as in there's fur on her clothing that she's wearing currently. And she does have a bow with her, as it seems many people here still have their weapons with them. It was not taken from them. Possibly. And that's really all I got right now. Oh, she does have markings on her face. Very light blue in color. Tribalistic looking.
Okay. Alright, and last but not least, Ambrose, I guess.
Giant Ambrose.
Cool.
So when he walks in, does he see this person?
Yes, he would.
How do you pronounce their name?
Nazar.
So Ambrose will walk in, just kind of take a look around and see Nazar. And from where he's standing, go, Nazar! Hey, hi!
And
Nazar!
she'll just sort of turn towards you, wave, and then just sort of go back to sort of minding her own business.
In that case, hey! Is now a good time to talk? I don't think the show's starting yet.
Please have a seat next to me.
I wanted to go sit up front. You want to come with me? There's nobody there in that room right there. There's plenty of room.
We can go and sit there if you wish, but I would say that it's probably a bit more discreet back here. It's
I don't know what that means, but you said it all sneaky like, so I think I know. Context clues.
Well,
so he sits down next to her, squeezes in this way, doesn't climb over her lap, goes around in this general direction.
Obviously.
And sits down in the back. You know, it's probably better this way. I'm sitting down. I'm probably going to block a bunch of people's views. It's probably nicer.
Yes.
So we're going to chat? Now a good time?
I don't see why not. Sure.
So tell me what you know about my mom, please.
Your mum was There's some. I don't. And she begins to look sort of more and more and more like uncomfortable as time goes on, and she sits there like trying to think and like rack her brain for an answer.
How about this? How about this? See, I've seen that face before. That's the same face my dad gives me. So, what did you do in Hearth?
And she will sort of like look around.
Are we not supposed to say Hearth here? Hearth?
She'll look around and say it's not so much saying Hearth itself. It's more what my job was in Hearth. And she'll sort of like lower her voice and speak like almost in a whisper and just say, I was a high priestess of the Hearth.
What? So tickled to have met you. What were the chances? How long were you there?
I was there for most of my life, really. About, I think it's been perhaps 20 to 15 years.
That's how long I've been gone. That's so strange. Then you must have known me.
I do believe I remember. I do remember you. I think you were the.
I was in the guard at the time.
Yeah, the Hearth Guard. You're the. As far as I can recall, you didn't exactly want to be there, and well, here you are. So I'm assuming that
I wanted to defend my home just the same as any of the other in the guard. I just wasn't very good at it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I know my strengths. But back to it. Do you know her name? Was she a Halibau too? Did she take my papa's name? I've been trying to find her. I've been looking in every graveyard all across Providence, and I can't find anything that might match her dates. I found other Halibaus for sure, but.
And she starts thinking again, but she just begins getting that more like uncomfortable look that you've seen before.
Do you want a snack? Is your blood sugar low?
I'm fine. I just, for some reason, I cannot think. I can't find the answers. Perhaps it will be, well, this is meant to be a gallery of time, so perhaps
Well, there's supposed to be a Hearth exhibit. Maybe there'll be something like history-wise that'll tell us, because you said my mom was important. So maybe she's part of the exhibit. That'd be cool.
That would be quite something, yes. Is Morel with Ambrose? Okay.
Wearing a tiny hat.
Do you want to put Morel's token down?
Yeah, you got it.
He's fucking ooze.
Oh, you!
Yeah, cool.
Oh my god.
Fucking hench boy. Cool. Do you want to give a description of Ambrose?
Sure. Ambrose is 7'8". He's cleaned up right now. He's usually got, smudges, dirt under the fingernails, kind of things. He is a fearbulg. He is very light, very soft, downy-looking gray fur, pink ears, pink nose, and long white hair that he keeps pretty well kept. Probably usually has a flower in it. Big, doughy brown eyes, and he bought a new shirt. So he has a new shirt today. It's white, which he normally does not wear because he works in the dirt. So, yeah, that's
Hmm.
Ambrose.
Nice. And anyone that's looking that way can see a something known as a corby, but I don't believe that anybody would really know too much about them. They're a half-native species. So yeah, you probably wouldn't know too much about them unless you spent time in Hearth or read books on the topic. But regardless, it looks quite unnatural in the sense that it's got several stalks sticking up out of its head, like up out the top of its head and running down its back. I don't know if anyone knows what it looks like when the cordyceps fungus spreads, but it looks like that through it. So it's got like all those spines of just fungal stalks sticking out of its head and running down its back.
And for the most part, it's covered by Ambrose's hair because he sits right here. So you'll see head and beak and just lump under his hair.
Cool. All right. And now it is
Chaos time.
you guys have a bit of downtime now as like the sort of crowd outside begins to disperse. The final few people enter the building and find their seats. You guys have a bit of free time to wander around, have conversations, talk with people. Don't talk with people. Entirely up to you.
Does Ambrose recognize anybody else in this establishment?
Yeah, probably. If you would have, like, I think you probably would have noticed them, but like only because
They're Warforged?
Well, you would have noticed that, definitely. I'm not going to... Oh, well, yeah, sorry, yeah. You would probably at least potentially remember Mary from passing. But other than that, you'd probably, depending on how much attention you were paying, when you originally met Nazar, you would recognize this as the barkeep of the tavern that you guys met in.
Can you show me again? I wasn't on that screen. I saw. I'm sorry.
This guy. This
okay.
half-orc man.
Okay. Ambrose can't sit for this long, so he's getting up.
Oh, wonderful. All right.
He's gonna start making his way over to the Warforged.
Mary, you see this Fearbolg approaching, which I don't know how good your memory is as a Warforged. It's probably pretty okay. And you'd probably remember them from spending, I think it was, you guys agreed it was like a day or something like that. Like you camped together for like...
They had a camp for a hot second, I think.
Yeah. So you probably have like some faint memory of this person.
Still sat down, just looking at this fucking like.
Hey.
Huh.
Howdy. Hey.
This is the owner.
I would never forget a face, but I have forgotten a name. I'm so glad to see another friendly face. Can you remind me? My name's Ambrose. If you didn't remember, Ambrose Hullabout. It's a pleasure to meet you again. What's your name?
Salutations. I don't think the last time we met I actually had a name. I was a little raggedy at the time, and not knowing what I was.
That's why I don't remember.
I go by Marigold now.
Marigold, like the flower.
Exactly. That's where I got it from.
That's the prettiest darn thing I ever heard. It suits you.
Thank you. I forgot how tall you were.
Well, when you're standing up, you're pretty tall too. And Ambrose sticks out his hand for a shake.
We'll shake. Has learned how to shake since last time.
Your voice is different. Did you spend some time up north? Sounds a little bit like home.
No, I found that people didn't respond very well to my factory settings, as they call it. So I had to change it up a bit because people were scared of talking to me, and they would run and say, screaming into the hills and whatnot.
I can't picture
found
that
this.
at all. But it seems to have attracted this lovely company. Do you mind introducing me? Hi, my name's Ambrose. I'm Ambrose Hollybow. It's a pleasure to meet you.
This is my roommate, Snaros, who is apparently on mute.
It's not Snaros.
Not Snaros, fuck! Sorenja. Sorenja. Damn it!
So close.
Yeah.
Sorenja would just be like blinking very slowly at you. Hi.
Hello.
Hello. You smell like dirt.
Thank you.
It's lovely, really.
You smell like pennies. I like pennies. You're just so lovely. Do you mind if I take your name?
Stalls for a minute. Yes.
Yeah, is your name yes, or do you mind?
Well, I don't really want you to take my name. If you want to borrow it, you could, I suppose.
Oh, you're funny. I'll borrow it for a time, sure.
Sorenja, lovely to meet you.
So, what?
Sorenja. Very simple, really.
Sorenja. Did I say it right?
You did, yes.
Sorenja. I could say marigold just fine. I'm probably going to mess yours up, and I ask you to please correct me. Please correct me when I say it incorrectly. I wouldn't want to offend. My invitation's blank. Did they take the words off your paper?
Yes, they did. It was strange, wasn't it?
Why'd they need the words back? Are they going to reuse them?
Sorenja just kind of looks to the ground.
I did not notice that they took the words off until you said it. Now I'm concerned.
Mine was all pretty. It had pictures of mushrooms and stuff on it, and now it's gone. I was going to keep that.
Sorenja's face just kind of like drops a little bit, and she sits up a little bit straighter. I was suspicious when we got these things, and I'm more suspicious now.
Why would you be suspicious? It's a party. Who'd be suspicious of a party? Suspicious.
You've done it to yourself.
Suspicious.
Thank you, Southerner, for your coaching.
Well, strange people you don't know bringing you things with your name on it, don't you think?
Everybody knows my name. You know my name. Did yours
That's
say your
true.
name on it? Do you not share your name?
Mine had all of my chosen names, which I've only ever spoken to myself about, I think. I don't even think I told Sorenja all of my names. But they were all on
How
there.
many names do you have?
4.
I only have 2. I need to get to work on getting more names, apparently. I didn't know you could give yourself more.
Kicking ass and taking
Well, as
names.
many
Well,
as you want, really.
How else do you get a name? You just got to pick it.
I was given mine.
Oh. Pulls out a little
You
journal.
picked yours?
People are given names.
You picked yours? Can I give you one?
No, I feel okay with mine now. I feel a sense of completeness.
And Ambrose looks so disappointed.
As you, Mary, as you say, a sense of completeness, can you please make me a wisdom saving throw?
That is a D4. Ooh. I rolled a 2, which probably isn't good. So that's a 3.
Okay. You feel your eyes sort of lose focus, and there's like a sort of flash, and then you can feel a sort of like whirring within you. It's producing like a sort of low, like hum and vibration, but people would still have to be like sort of right up next to you to hear it and feel it. But there's something going on with you.
Oh no.
You're right there, Haas?
Yes, Mary, making quite a strange noise from your inside.
I believe people call it apprehension. I am apprehensious.
Sounds like a swarm of bees. Are bees apprehensious?
Pile of bees.
I haven't seen what a bee is, so I couldn't tell you.
Oh, they're real cute. They're round, and they got little furs on them, and they got little wings, and they're not supposed to be able to fly because they're too big. But they do, and they make a big, loud buzzing sound when they fly because they fly with these little tiny wings, and they struggle real hard.
Your butt
to make
wing
honey.
ratio is quite off, yes.
All of that is written down in the journal, but there's like a little sort of
Butt to wing ratio goes in the journal.
stutter with his writing, like he's struggling with it.
Do y'all know anybody else here? I know Nazar. That's Nazar over there. But I and that's the innkeeper. I know that person.
Would Sorenja recognize Nazar as Ambrose points them directly out?
I feel like Ambrose sort of has a failure of like understanding volume. So like it's like that's Nazar, and it just booms through the room.
Right.
And Nazar sort of like turns and waves.
Hi. This is Marigold, and this is Surgeon.
Mm-hmm. And she just sort of like, but she doesn't seem like a familiar face to you.
Ogin will say to the person next to him, like, seems like people don't know how to behave nowadays.
Let them have their fun while they can.
I'm in for her already.
No one can see this, but Snatus is actually smirking just a little because this is funny. From a distance, this is funny.
Jackson just turns over to Mirina and just says, perhaps this event isn't as exclusive as we thought.
Yes, well, I mean, I could have told you that, but you know, I think people should be, well, they should understand inside voice, but also, you know, to each their own. Let them have their fun.
Yes, formalities are overrated.
Yeah. Yeah. So, Sorenja, you don't think that you recognize Nazar. Is there anyone else who wants to do anything, have any conversations, or anything like that?
This is Morel, by the way. Morel, say hi.
Yes, Morel,
Hi.
I'd love to say hi. And she'll just like smack Mary a couple of times. Did you hear that?
What? What did
Hi.
I miss? Salutations. Try to figure out where this sound is coming from.
This sound has come from the shoulder of Ambrose.
beak moves when he talks. He's talking.
Yeah. There's a beak peeking out from underneath Ambrose's hair, and it just goes, hi.
I think you have a growth.
I don't. I have a moral.
Moral.
He's my best friend.
So that's not like a moral, like people say you have morals.
Nah, people make that mistake all the time. It's not however you spell that. It's the one for the mushroom.
Looking like this is overloading his fucking tiny mind already. It's like, oh, okay.
Like your name for a flower, right? You were named for a marigold, like a marigold, right? Morel's a kind of marigold's a flower. We all know that. And morel is a mushroom. We all know that. So it's moral, like the mushroom.
Okay. You can tell he's still a little bit shook from his recent event, so he would probably be more interested, but he's sort of like trying to play it cool, just like,
Are the bees done buzzing, or are they still buzzing?
Yeah, they probably start settling down. This, the whirring sort of like slows down a bit to the point where you can hear sort of like each individual sort of like dun 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 dun, and then it just sort of stops.
Yeah.
Feeling all right?
Top notch. And
whenever I feel like I'm full of butterflies, or in this case bees, I like to go for a walk. Papa always said a walk clears the mind. So maybe getting up, having a walk. Do you want to take a walk with me? I was going to go see the stage and take a look at see if I can get a peek behind the curtain. Maybe do a little investigation back there. Not actually go up and take the curtain down, but see if I can see anything from down here.
Well, that does sound rather fun, doesn't it? You could.
Would love to have you, Sorbet. It would be great.
It's an interesting concept, although when I usually try and be quiet and try and investigate things, you may want to take it down a notch, otherwise they might hear us coming for the stage.
Does the room
Be
look
fine.
heavily guarded? Are there like guards or?
There's no guards. It's just everyone inside the room. Like the only guards that you could see were the ones that were standing outside on the other side of the doors, like sort of watching the line. But it's just people in the room.
We got there just after Jackson, so would you say we've been waiting like quite a while now and it's still not happened yet?
Yeah, there's just like it's like that sort of moment in like the theaters where like the lights sort of die down and then like you're waiting there for a bit, while they sort of prep the things. But yeah, it's sort of that sort of situation, but it's still light.
Okay.
We just want to walk. We just want to walk up there. Are we going to leave the room and go through the back?
I was just planning to walk up to the stage. It's right there. He points at it. It's right there.
Yes, we could do that. After you.
Ladies first.
Okay. She just gets up and kind of like pushes her cape and her dress behind her and goes towards the stage while like maintaining along the wall.
Okay. Yep. So yeah, you stand up and you start heading down this aisle with all three of you, I guess. Well, all four of you. Yeah, Jackson, this this strange trio just walk down the aisle next to you, heading for the stairs that lead up to the stage. And Sneros, assuming that you're keeping an eye on the room, you'd see these three stand up and start walking towards the stage. Ogin, I don't know if you're looking around the room or not, but if you are, you would also see this odd trio of a human woman, a warforged, and a furbolg standing up and walking towards the stage.
A human,
Stairs.
a robot, and a cow walk into a room.
Stairs is gonna lean forward, elbow on the knee, chin on the hand, just watching. Where's this gonna go?
Jackson just leans to his side and goes, "Perhaps the entertainment will begin much sooner than we anticipated."
Ambrose
Also,
is
just
saying,
out of
do you think that this
character-
is going to be catered?
Sorry, just out of character. I do not like this combination already.
Mm.
So far, only 2 people from the party have really interacted, and I'm scared.
Mm.
What did they do?
Walking towards the stage.
Yep.
And I will say to the person next to me when I see Sneros, no, not Sneros, Sorenja, stop having the same letter at a starting name. Okay. And I will say to the person next to me, oh, I'm surprised that you make it to there.
Who did you say, sorry?
When I see Sorenja, I will say, oh, you make it to there. It is unexpected. And I will say to the person next to me, even though we might not know her.
Yeah, he's never really seen that woman before, but
She was passing through Greendale.
yeah, is that a friend of yours?
No, someone I encountered when I was working.
Ah. Okay. Well, that's it seems rather odd that well, we all seem to have connections in this room.
Yeah. Do you know people here? Because
I know a
I'm
few.
not familiar in this in this city.
Yeah, yeah, I know a few people. For example, and you lean back, and sort of, like, sort of gesture towards Sneros and says, she's on our side.
I will wave to Sneros.
She's watching the group, but if you're watching her hand, that's still on her leg, the free one, you'll see 2 fingers raise up for a greeting.
Peace out.
More
That's how I
subtle than that.
imagine.
A lot more subtle.
Cool. Yeah. And he'll sort of say, yeah, like I was saying, it's good to know that this room is under good watch.
There seems to be influent person here, and I will like sneaky point at him and say he looks a fancy one, and let him see he looks fancy too.
Yes. Yes.
And this one look fancy too. Pointing at Marigold.
Yes, it's odd seeing a warforged here, and that I don't know much about those that older couple sitting in front of us, but that man sitting behind us, that's the head of the evocation school.
Okay, I see. And this one too seems fancy.
Which one, sorry?
Jackson.
Ah. Yes, he's certainly got a high status look about him.
Everyone's scanning for threats, but Ogin's looking for other fashionistas.
No, because they are the real threat here.
Fashion over function.
Fashion.
Cool. All right.
But I would say I am fancy too. Like I don't look out of.
Cool. All right. Is there anyone else who wants to do anything, or are you just fine?
Just like finishing getting up to the stage.
Mm-hmm.
Probably once we're physically at the wood. Is it raised?
It is raised up. Yeah, it's about like maybe 5 foot like raised platform above the ground.
Brenya's eyes would just be peeking over, probably at like floor of stage,
Okay.
and she would probably see under. She'd like scooch down just a little. Is there anything she can see under the curtain?
So the curtain is like all the way up the back here. It's like sort of curtain that's like it's got excess that's like piled up on the ground. But yeah, it's got a part down the middle of it.
Ambrose is much taller than the stage. So he's just going to lean his elbows on it, lean over it, and kind of look in the wings and see if he can see anything being staged or any people moving around or anything like that.
It's just pure black. Like you can't see anything. Like the little bit that you can see through the light that's like available in the room, you can just see walls, just more of the same brick walls that are like stone brick walls that line the rest of the room.
I can't see anything back there. That's strange. You'd think they'd be set up by now. How long are we going to be here?
A great question. Right, delayed, isn't it? Just kind of like stares around the room.
Marigold would have given a brief greeting to Akalb as he walked past, and sort of just asked him, how long he's been waiting, what his invitation said, that sort of thing.
He's going to say that I wasn't. It's good to see you, Mary, but I wasn't actually given an invite. I'm here. I've got a mark that I'm after.
In this room?
Yes.
Interesting. Anyone spicy?
And you see him like sort of subtly look over towards the kobold in the back corner of the room.
I understand. Well, if anything kicks off, you let me know and I'll back you up. I may take some of your share, but just in case.
That's the way these things work. Thank you.
Keep going towards the stage.
Cool. All right. So, is there anything in particular you want to do? Do you want to go up on the stage, or are you just content with sort of not being able to see anything?
On the stage would be impolite.
All right.
Yeah,
is that
Sorenja would be as close as she could get without getting on the stage.
Yep.
Definitely like scooching her head forward. All extra.
Do you want to knee you up so you can see? Or I can pick you up.
Yes.
And Ambrose just kind of hoists her so that way she's in like a sitting position on his arm.
Mm-hmm.
Picks her up about 3.5 feet.
You can see a curtain and an empty stage.
I'll be damned. Mary, you're so small from up here.
I do not like this new dynamic.
Okay, I'd like to touch the floor now.
I put her down.
Thank you.
Of course, anything for you.
Cool.
Aw.
Suddenly, the back doors slam shut, and all the shutters on the windows also just slam shut.
Ambrose looks around and goes, "Ah, it must be starting. That's nice."
The room is sent into just darkness. And then all of a sudden, several small orbs of light appear throughout the room. And they all begin slowly floating up. Up and just illuminating the room with like a dim light.
Ambrose goes and sits down. He thinks this is the show, so he's sitting.
Just as the lights show up, Jackson reaches into his coat pocket and pulls out the Zap and just goes, "Time to wake up, little buddy."
Cool.
And then like just
Wakey,
rests him on his lap.
wakey. Do you want to put the Zap token out? Or...
Already on it.
Cool. He's fucking huge!
Big honor!
Oh my God.
Just around the torso of.
You know how
Ross.
sometimes packs of otters will like gang up on a crocodile?
Yeah.
Zap
Packs-
underneath himself.
No, packs of crocodiles gang up on Zap. Okay, yeah, cool. Do you want to give a little description of Zap?
Yep, so Zap pretty much looks exactly like an otter. The most noticeable difference is his size. Obviously, Zap is small enough to fit into a pocket. He's like a very tiny creature. Physical features, he doesn't really have anything largely significant that would draw him out from other otters. But personality-wise, Zap is very high energy and almost childish at times.
Thank you. So several orbs of light have filled the room and floated upwards, illuminating the room. The room just goes silent. All like quiet talking and stuff that was going on around the room has just ended. The curtain breaks and a bright red light shines through the gap. And the silhouette of a man steps out and walks towards the edge of the stage. One moment. Boom. Here he is. Cool. And he walks towards the front of the stage. As he gets to the front, a bright light just shines down on him. And you can see a middle-aged human male. He's got shorter brown hair that's beginning to grey. The hair has been slicked back neatly. He has a short, bushy, but well-kept beard. His eyes are just black, but they've got a white pupil instead. And he is very well dressed. He's wearing a dark blue dress shirt with a tie tucked in behind his waistcoat. He presents himself very formally and sort of relaxed, charismatic way, and he welcomes everyone to the room. Says, "Thank you all for coming to the Gallery of Time. Apologies for the wait. We've been a bit busy. We're very excited to have you all here. I am the curator. It's a pleasure to meet you all. This gallery is a bit different from your conventional galleries. Each one of you will experience your own individual journey. Not even I will know what you will experience. what you'll see, what you'll learn. However, I hope it will be still enlightening nonetheless. Now, we've kept you waiting long enough. I'm certain you are all getting restless. And you're all excited for your journeys. So, if everyone can begin to make your way through the door behind you, the door that you've just entered through, we shall begin. And he gestures towards the back door, which then just flings open.
Are the lights back on?
The orbs of light that are illuminating the room.
Okay.
All that's there.
Okay. Is the curator still there? Like
He's still
watching us?
He's standing on stage.
Okay. Okay. Ambrose gets up and politely waits for everybody in front of him to go, like the person who knows how to use an airplane.
Yay!
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Yeah, so this barkeeper walks out, followed by Nazar.
Sorenja would begin to stand up and like gesture at Mary towards the door.
Followed by this lizard lady.
Mary will take the lead and make sure it goes through first in case anything weird is about to happen.
Cool.
Sorenja would let him through and gesture the way.
Yeah, so just sort of one by one, everyone starts just making their way out of the room.
Making our way.
Downtown.
Yeah,
And if that kobold leaves near us, I'm gonna keep turning around, try to keep an eye on it.
Yep.
As Jackson stands up, he's going to pick up Zap and rest him on his shoulder. Then afterwards, he's going to extend a hand to Mirna to offer her like a hand up.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Yeah, she'll take it and walk along.
Who's that left with my friend?
Yeah.
She'd be a little behind because she's not trying
Yeah.
to make it obvious.
So, one thing that, like, everybody, like all of you guys will notice is even as you're leaving with other people, like, this isn't the same hallway that you have entered through, because there was a small hallway, but it's not the same one, because this one has curtain after curtain after curtain after curtain after curtain. And you're walking along, Mary and Sorenja, you guys sort of walk through these curtains together, and all of a sudden, Mary, you're alone. You can't, no one is in front of you, no one's behind you, it's just you. Same for you, Sorenja, there's no one in front of you, there's no one behind you, it's just you. And it's the same as you continue going, like, Jackson, as you walk through, not even Zap is with you, it's just you.
I was about to say, because the curator said before we each have our own experience, does that include our pets?
Mhm.
And if so, how do we know they're not going to have like their own mini Vietnam?
They will come back traumatized.
Zap's just going to come through after the other curtain with a little helmet on, like a little sauce packet. It's just like Bond to Zap or whatever.
Okay. Yeah, so as you
Shaking from
just-
everywhere.
as you guys all just one by one make your way through all these different curtains, it's just you're by yourself. And I'm just going to quickly call for a short bio break right now, and then we will continue.
Perfect.
Nah, I don't need to do anything.
Have anything to do to say?
We've done it, guys. We split the party.
This time it wasn't by choice.
Yeah, so I know that feeling.
I was trying to collect everybody.
Can I just say, holy shit, I love Ambrose.
I love Ambrose.
That is wild. So the party will split in two, like the wild side and the how can I say this, and the more
Who you
split
call
side.
wild?
Sophisticated.
Yeah, sophisticated.
I'm very sophisticated.
See, that's a
Oh.
hard choice, because, like, even Snaros likes Ambrose right now. And she's supposed to be more sophisticated.
You're allowed to like non-sophisticated people and still be
Yeah.
sophisticated.
I love Ambrose, but she might be on my nerve.
I'm just waiting. I'm
sometime.
just waiting for you to tell me the excuse for why you're going to treat my character like shit. I'm just waiting for that.
I won't treat you like shit.
You're
Even
an
though-
Oh, that's
idiot.
nice.
Even though they haven't met yet, Jackson would ask Ambrose.
Oh, that
I'm
means
so excited to play not May.
Jackson
May
and
is
Ambrose
not
would have Snaros
likable.
walk up to him.
No, wait, it's
What?
hard to like me.
I was saying, as everyone was leaving, you, Ambrose, and Jackson would have had Snaros walk up to them and just kind of like slide in between.
Okay, and then we walk through a curtain and we don't have you there anymore.
And she's taller than you. Snaros is taller than you.
Oh yeah, he noticed. He definitely noticed. She was next on the list because I
She was
imagine there were no taller people in the area.
Yeah, I imagine so too.
Is it just me, or with the way this is set up, does it feel like one of those murder movies where everyone's in like an enclosed, what's it called? Murder on the
Like
Orient
Saw.
Express?
Feels like Final Destination almost.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
no. That does
Well,
not.
Matt is already tired to be the DM, so just
So
giving
who's the one
us
that's going to get pregnant to break the
position.
chain, quote unquote?
Ambrose.
Oh, I love it.
Learning everything.
Oh no, that was like the plot of every Final Destination. I think someone had to get pregnant and give birth in order to stop the chain because new life from someone that was supposed to die.
Oh yeah. But wasn't it revealed that it was actually just a cycle, and you didn't
Yep.
so much as live as it skipped you, only to come back to you later?
It turned into a weird time cycle thing because of the final movie. There was a timestamp that was actually a news article from the first movie for the plane crash that they were all supposed to die in.
Yeah.
So it was a really weird time loop that just kept
You
going
eating
on.
healthy. My husband just made me fried eggs and toast. So
I love your husband. Send him
me
my way.
too.
Can I marry
He
him?
literally, I don't know if you can see this, but he was off camera. Can you see that?
No.
If
Nope.
ugh.
Blur effects, Tom.
Oh, blurred.
So I have a notebook. My desk is covered in D&D notebooks. So I just grabbed one of my notebooks and wrote eggs, toast, coffee, ? And I just put check marks next to each one and little heart,
Aw.
and handed it back to
Aw.
him. It's so sweet.
This is why y'all get your boys from Yorkshire. Make your eggs and hash browns in the morning.
Mm-hmm. I didn't
Mine's
want
making me
hash.
boiled eggs, so I'm fine with that.
No one's making me breakfast.
Is the
I'll
marriage
make
in
you
the
breakfast,
family?
babe.
Make you
What's
breakfast,
going on?
Tay. What?
That's the number one thing that I need to know from everybody is how do you take your eggs? So that way when I'm up at 4 a.m,
Scramble.
I'll be able to scrambled.
Scram-
All you were
yeah.
scrambled?
No, God, no. I'm not a psychopath. I don't hate myself.
Yeah,
I'm
And,
a
thank you.
psychopath.
How do
I
you
like
take
scrambled.
how do you take your eggs, babe?
Oh, we're scrambled.
They're fucking good scramble.
Okay, how do you take your eggs?
You don't scramble. You don't have to worry about anything about shitting on your
Like a
flipping
medium
egg.
poached, sunny side up, easy over, anything but scrambled. Scrambled is so
So
boring.
you want the runny yolk to just spread everywhere and be a sloppy mess.
Yes.
No,
Yes.
That's
because
the part.
that is a mess.
Scrambled with runny
You.
Yeah, dip your toast, have eggs Benedict. There's so many good things.
No.
Eggs
Okay,
Benedict is my favorite. Anytime we go to
Eggs
breakfast,
Benedict
it's Eggs Benny.
is pretty
Me
good.
too. Yeah, eggs Benedict.
Yeah, but
is
that's
like-
only because
Okay,
I'm,
and
I'm not going to make that for myself.
so I
No, making
already-
holidays is a bitch. I'm not
I
making you
already-
hollandaise.
I'll make it. I'll
So-
make it for
so-
everybody.
Okay.
It's so easy.
So
love
I
you.
I
It's
already
not.
Please, no.
worked in the resto and when people are ordering Benedict at 9 p.m. that is fucking frustrating
Why?
because our thing to do Benedict is washed and clean and waiting for the next morning, so we need to do it with like a
Were you making the
redneck,
hollandaise on the spot?
yeah.
Fuck. No.
I love any like scrambled eggs are my least favorite egg.
You're my least favorite egg.
I like
You're my
well done
most
eggs.
favorite egg.
I just don't like uncooked yolk.
That's,
That's
the
my
best
new
part.
insult for people. You're my least favorite egg.
You're
Yeah,
my
when I
least
do-
favorite egg, you fucking muppet.
That's
Fucking
it.
Muppet. There we go. There we go. So when I do scrambled eggs, I've got a carton of egg whites as well. So I pour that in. So I've like 3 eggs and 3 eggs worth of egg whites. So much protein.
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 Let me guess. You also all like your steaks within fucking the gray color zone, don't you? You psycho.
No.
That's what Thomas likes.
Medium
No, I
rare.
love I love them medium, well cooked. Not well
Yeah,
cooked.
he had his
just-
filet mignon. Well done.
No,
I
not
like
well done.
rare
A little bit
or
less
medium
than well
rare.
done.
That's
That's it.
terrible.
Thomas, if you ever got friends, don't tell them that you did that to a filet mignon because they may
Oh,
revoke your friend's
don't say that
status.
in Texas.
Anywhere.
No,
Don't
but
say it in
They'll
Texas.
Texas. Yeah. Texas will deport you.
I will just say medium because so everyone will be
Medium,
satisfied.
that's
Not the
bad.
best.
No one's satisfied.
No one's
At
satisfied
medium.
with that.
I don't care.
You
what
don't have a
think.
filet mignon medium.
You gotta eat it raw.
That is fucking disgusting when it's raw.
Have you ever? Never mind. I guess we're not taking. Do you not eat sushi either, Thomas?
Yes,
We're
I
just
eat
clear-
sushi, but I eat sushi, but I eat sushi, but I ate. I don't like seafood.
That's what?
I cook my sushi before I eat it.
Gross.
No.
No, I don't. The thing I really don't like is how do I say this in English? Google prediction for one world. Yeah, Thomas.
So who's going to the oyster bar with me? I want to
I've
take
never
somebody
had
to an
it.
oyster
I don't.
bar.
No.
Let's go, motherfucker.
Don't serve
Yes.
me oyster.
That's fine. You don't have to come with us. It'll just be me and Tech.
You two can have fun.
Let's go out there.
I've
Thanks.
never had an oyster. I'll go. I'll try it once.
Yeah,
Oyster shooters, They fill it with vodka and horseradish, and you just shoot them.
I
Ugh.
don't like. Okay, so I don't like shrimp.
Okay,
You don't have to like
when-
shrimp.
I love shrimp.
When you come down here, you're going to be in Texas. Houston is kind of far from the water.
Yeah, and in Quebec there is a lot of shrimp and seafood in Quebec.
Lobster.
Yeah, lobster.
I would
it's
not
okay.
get lobster in
does.
Texas.
Lobster, no. Lobster in Quebec, I'm okay with lobster, with crab too.
Wombat's back though. I want to find out what's behind the curtains.
Yeah.
What's behind the
Let's
curtains,
go.
Wombat?
And I don't like scale up too.
Okay,
Crab
tell us
is
all
great.
about the foods that you don't like when we're done with the game.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Finding reasons for
Cool.
Thomas to stay in Canada.
So, yeah, you guys are all separated. Those of you who had your pets with you, or those of you who left, like, side by side with someone, you are alone. Even if you pass through the curtains together, you're alone.
Always alone.
So first up, we have Jackson. As you walk through, as you walk through each curtain, there's like, the first one is just, you're alone. And you get this sense that, okay, I need to keep progressing. And as you walk through the second one, you see these, like, you get visions and images of, and like information shown to you. For the sake of time, I'm not just gonna vomit like words of like everything that you see, but if you want more information, let me know and I will do like a write-up for you all and like chuck that at you of like some of the more specific stuff that you see. But in general, I would just be telling you all the sort of things that probably the most important and things that probably stick with you the most. Okay, so for Jackson, first, you see a storm. In the dark and in flashes of light, you can see a man and a woman. You see a child. The child grows up, being neglected by their parents. The child finds ways to channel their own energy. The child gets into trouble. The child matures. A new storm rages, and within the storm, you see a man.
Is this all just metaphor for puberty?
Next up, we've got Marigold. You pass through the first curtain, and looking around, there's no one there. You're all alone. In the dark, all you can see is the curtains ahead of you. You pass through the next one, and you see 3 people crowded around a robot lying on a table. You see a spark. You see the robot get destroyed by shadow. You see a spark. You see many robots. You see wealthy people purchasing the robots. You see a malfunctioning robot be taken away. You see pain, suffering, destruction. You see death. And you see a robot standing amidst the ruin.
Starting the robot rebellion right now.
Alright, and Sorenja. You pass through this curtain, walking side by side with Mary, and then you're alone. All that's in front of you is another curtain. As you pass through that, you see a family. You see blood. You see an hourglass full of blood. It drips. The child is visited by a man. It drips. The child grows up. It drips. The person wanders away from home. It drips. The person becomes lost. It drips. The person learns. It drips. The person discovers. It drips. The person finds its home again. It drips. The person is alone. Family gone. The last drop falls. The person leaves. The hourglass turns. It drips. Next is Ogin. You see shadows. Swirling, shifting. They chew a person up and spit them out. The person is alone in the darkness, a beacon of light. They begin fighting against the shadow. They begin winning, only for the shadow to rise over them once again. Sneros. As you pass through this curtain, you see wings You see ice and snow. You see a woman surrounded by dragons. You see the woman take pieces of herself and place them around the world. You see a child. You see a darkness loom over them. An incorporeal dragon lays beside the child. A cold light pushes against the dark. And Ambrose. You see a great burning fire. Runes glow brightly within the flame. You see a shadow rising over the flame as people with shields stand around it, fighting the shadow. An older female, holding a child in her arms, sits upon a throne, washed over by darkness, and suddenly, a younger female sits upon the throne, alone. Next, you see a child playing in a garden, growing and cultivating mushrooms. Suddenly, something changes within the child. Finally, you see a giant mushroom with mycelium that runs extremely deep into the ground, spreading far and wide.
I think I got all that.
Cool.
No
Yeah,
taking responsibility.
if anyone needs like anything after, like hit me up and I'll whack it over to you.
I think we could all use a write up. Am I right in that?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I will,
Yeah,
I will need to
I got every other like sentence. I'm
Here come-
scribbling
here come-
furiously.
Here come that copy paste, yo. Ready?
Yeah, thank
It
you.
means more work for Wombat then.
Hang on, let's see. Let's see if
That's what I
this
got. Make sure I do have it right.
manages it first. Let's see if I'm missing anything in there. But I was like speed typing almost word for word.
Holy
That's
shit.
fine. There you go. There you go.
Wow, you did pretty well. Did way better than me. Thank you, Wombat.
Oh. Yeah, it's like I'm back at university again. Ah!
Okay. Cool.
Right, I've typed it all up. Now what the fuck does any of it mean?
Yeah.
I don't
Because
even know how much.
You might know for your character, but for the other.
Can we see the faces? Are there? Do they have clear faces?
No.
Okay.
No,
Oh,
it's
yeah,
just
no.
like it's almost like looking you know those old vases that have like the art on them? It's like that sort of thing. Like it's those sorts of images. Like that sort of imagery of like,
So it's just like conveying
like-
the idea rather
like-
than actually
like
the
cave
video.
painting. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
It's like it's like the information is just being planted in your head.
Right. Okay.
So what she's saying is we just see a little silhouette of a man.
Scaramouche.
Scaramouche.
Scaramouche, Scaramouche.
No, don't baby.
No.
Tango.
Okay. Cool.
This party is going to the next tavern.
And then
I
thunderbolts
can't
and
wait for it.
lightning. Yeah.
Very,
really,
very
really
frightening. Me.
Oh my god, the entire party is Bohemian Rhapsody. I'm going to find a way to work it in.
Oh boy.
Sorry, Wombat. I'm done.
You guys have
No.
a lot of pets.
Oh my god. What
Um,
does Zap see?
I'm not including the pets things in these.
No.
Aww.
I have not included. I should have, but I didn't. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So, as you all pass through this, what you can assume is the final curtain. you'll see a blinding light just envelop your eyes and you, and all of a sudden, you feel a strange sense of familiarity as familiar old wooden doors slam shut behind you. And as the light fades, you find yourselves in the same theater room you were in before. Only, this time, all of the chairs and seats have been pushed to the side of the room, lining the walls. And everyone is standing in the middle of the room, all talking excitedly about the things they all saw and what it might mean and all of that sort of stuff, and how intrigued they are about it, and excited to see what else is coming for the rest of the night. There's the magic lights still illuminate the room, but they appear in different locations than they were originally in. There is one in each corner of the room, and there is 3 in the middle of the room that form a triangle. All in close proximity to each other, but all still floating up near the roof. Yeah, and all the shutters on the windows are all completely closed, and as you all breathe, those of you with lungs, as you breathe, the air doesn't smell familiar. It's not soul. It's not like the familiar quote-unquote stench of soul, of people, of the city, of the plains. It's heavier, it's denser almost. With a faint, almost smokiness in the scent.
Is anyone missing? Is there less people?
As far as you can tell, everyone is accounted for.
Ambrose immediately picks up MOREL. She goes, "Buddy, did you see that?" I don't think he knows that MOREL was missing.
MOREL just sort of gently pecks the side of your cheek.
I scratch his little face. "Yeah, it's real hot in here." And he goes to a shutter and tries to open it.
Roll me a strength check.
How
many windows are in the room?
4. There is... Wait, actually, let me double check this.
Fucking huge room for only 4 windows.
Yeah, sorry, yeah, 4 windows. So there's
2 on each
2.
side?
There's 2, yeah, 2 on the walls on either side.
Okay, back where we go.
Marigold, open the
Hello.
window now.
Hello, friends. I am big again.
Stop raging.
I got an 8.
You got an 8 on the strength.
Yeah.
Okay, you can't get these shutters open.
This one's jammed. Go to the next one.
You can't open it.
This one's jammed too. Why is it so hot in here?
The room itself isn't hot. There's just a
Why is it what? That's how he's describing heavy air.
Yeah,
I don't think he'd know what it
Yeah,
means. It's just oppressive.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so everyone is, as far as you can tell, here. You can't specifically see anyone that's missing. Yeah. You can't really see anyone that's missing. The doors are closed. The windows are closed. The curtains on the back of the stage once again part, shining this bright red light through behind them, and a familiar figure, the curator, steps forward towards the stage. This time, however, in his hands, he holds a patchwork. He holds a book with a patchwork leather cover, and in his other hand, he holds a golden quill that has a glass compartment in it. And he walks to the front of the stage. Several people in the audience clap and cheer in appreciation of the sort of show so far. And he steps forward and says, "Now, how was that? Did you all enjoy it? Did you all learn something?" Yes, well, I'm very glad, but the night is not over. I wish to thank you all, sincerely, very much, for volunteering for this. Your sacrifice will not be forgotten. Thank you all for coming. Good night. And as he says this, he takes his golden quill, he writes something in his book, and slams it shut. And as he slams it shut, the two cultists that stood at the entrance earlier, taking everyone's tickets, walk out from behind the curtain. They walk out from behind the curtain. The curator then lets go of this golden quill, and it begins floating where he held it. He then flicks and dances his hand around as though he was writing, and the quill flies around the room, slashing and stabbing the gallery goers. You just be standing there, Ambrose, and all of a sudden, just the first body just boom drops.
No, what?
The first body drops. The person next to them, next one drops.
Snare's gonna pull out her bow to shoot at the man.
Yeah. Roll to hit. And the quill just continues dancing around the room, just striking everyone.
Ambrose is going to try and
8.
catch the quill.
25.
25.
Fucking hell.
Cool.
I rolled a 17. I have a +8.
Yep. Cool. Roll damage.
Hang on. I need to get my D8 out. As was a D6.
Did you reduce Marigold and
That's a 7.
the other one? 5.
13 plus 2, 15.
15.
I
Cool.
love your shirt.
For sure.
Yeah. So this arrow flies out, and it strikes him. But he just sort of uses his free hand, snaps it off, and continues dancing his hand around as though he was writing or drawing. More and more people are just being hit by this quill, all of them just dropping dead. And then it turns and it goes towards Snaros. Wow. Okay, so that is a 7 to hit. Nope.
A 7?
Yeah, no.
Close, but not quite.
Cool.
Bye, Tay.
Bye, Tay.
Face died a little.
And then next it
Can Ambrose try to
strikes-
catch the quill out of the air when it's going by him?
Yep.
Like try to grab it?
Roll me a dex saving throw. Or just a dex check actually.
Dex check?
Yeah.
16.
Okay. I guess I'll just contest it. Okay. Yeah, so sorry. The quill, after it attempts to strike, it flies towards Snaros, but it impacts just a bit of armor. You feel the impact as it hits you. It's quite a lot of force, and it knocks you backwards. But it doesn't like it doesn't knock you down to the ground. It doesn't unless you want to just drop to the ground. But it doesn't do anything. It just sort of hits you, and you feel like the impact.
How far he is from me?
Just one. Just trying to think about. Okay, so sorry, yeah. So this quill, after it hits Snaros, flies towards Mary, and it strikes Mary. Okay, that is an 18 to hit.
That just hits.
Okay. Okay, and that is 6 damage. 6 piercing damage, sorry. Cool. And you feel this impact as this quill hits you. And then it turns and it flies towards Ambrose. So you tried to
Anything
catch
happened
it.
when he tried to catch? Yeah, he's trying to catch it.
Okay. What's his dex?
We just shout out actions whenever, or
18. Not right now. Not right now.
Surprise round.
Yeah, this is sort of like a yeah, okay. So you try to catch this quill, but it just only just skims out through your hands. Like you sort of touch the golden feathers on the end, but it just sort of just flies out of your hand. Next it yeah, sorry, and it'll fly past and hit or try to hit Jackson.
no, one bat, no.
Is that a crit?
That looks like a nat 20, bro.
It's a nat 20.
Oh my god.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Session 1.
That
We downed a person.
died.
It's alright. He can just play Zap on a quest for
Okay,
vengeance.
if you are watching my cam, my cat is high on crack right now.
How is that?
Stop it.
4d6?
Why is that 4d6?
Stop it. Because it doubles.
Oh. Please roll ones.
It's not gonna roll 4 6s.
Are you using the traveler dice? Use
That's
just the
modifier.
traveler dice.
I have been only rolling with the traveler dice right now because I don't want to hurt you guys. Okay, so that is that is. I'm so sorry. That's 10 piercing damage.
I hope you know that.
Oh, yes. Oh yeah, and Jackson rolled shit for HP, I think.
Yeah, so that was 10 piercing damage. And this impact strikes you. It hurts a lot. And it sort of like strikes through you, and then out of like the sort of corner of your eye, you see it go just straight through Myrna.
I'm just curious, where exactly does it go through me?
It'll just go through like your shoulder. Just
Okay. Just trying to get a rough idea of where I should stab you.
oh, cool.
Wise decision for the shoulder.
Yeah, I can do without a shoulder. Yeah, and Myrna just drops. Next, it it flies towards Ogin.
I would cast Misty Step to get closer. So when can I do that? Get closer to him.
I'm gonna say not right now.
Oh, okay.
Is Misty Step even a
Because-
reaction or?
It's not a reaction, no.
No.
But yeah, I'm gonna say that you can't do that right now. This is sort of like a it's happening thing. Because there's gonna be something it's gonna tick over.
You're
It's
the
gonna-
DM.
it's
It's,
gonna
too
tick- it's
fast.
gonna tick
Yeah,
over,
it's
yeah.
fine.
happening.
It's okay. I was just asking.
Yeah.
You don't have to explain yourself. I fucking said so.
Yeah, so that is a 9 to hit. Which I don't believe does. Next, it flies towards Sorenja.
Better roll like shit to hit me.
I did. That's a 7.
So
Defense.
it does not.
The
hit
dice
me.
felt threatened.
9, 7. Okay, this seems fair.
And not 20.
Like it's the traveler dice. It's shit until it's good. All right.
Good.
I'm gonna slap you so.
It is when it's fucking with your own party.
Yeah. And who hasn't it hit yet? Oh, Ambrose. Cool. I've just dropped that dice, so we'll go to a different one. Prepare for pain.
Great.
Oh wow. Okay. That's an 8 to hit.
Oh.
Nothing. Cool. Yeah. So that just hits some armor or something and just sort of flies off.
He deflected it slightly, trying to catch it.
Yeah. And so you, after it's like sort of tried hitting each of you, you all just see it just dart around the room, just completely dropping just everyone. Like, Ekalb just has it go straight through his head and just drops. Nizar has it go through her neck and she just drops down to the ground.
What about the
That last one makes me happy.
Ekalb's target.
What about the one that I know?
Ekalb's target just gets it straight through the body and he just drops.
Free money.
Darren, who's the friend of the Resistance boys, gets it. Just it sort of like flies into his like sort of directly where his heart is, and just straight out the other side, and he just drops down. And a familiar older couple for Sorenja, they in fear hug each other, and just collaterals them just straight
No,
through
old
one's head,
people in love are my kryptonites.
straight through one's head into the other. And just this room is just a bloodbath. On the floor, the blood begins to seep out from each of these bodies, and it begins to flow towards the center of the room. Out of the blood, a symbol begins to form. A ring with a cross and 3 smaller circles. The 3 smaller circles are forming below the magical lights that form the triangle that were sitting in the middle of the room.
When you say cross, do you mean like a religious cross or just like an X?
Just like just more like a plus sign from like this angle. 1 second, I'll send us to the map. What am I doing?
Is that all of the dead people's
Oh.
bodies just getting like hurled up into the middle?
No,
No.
just their blood. Their blood's
The
like
blood.
running. Their blood's running
Ah.
towards the
Ooh. Love the little cartoon.
Oh shit!
Oh man, no.
Dorime.
What does that little? What does the little thing mean on roll 20?
I have no idea.
What?
Floating.
No.
Connection.
Over on a person?
Yeah.
Oh, it's a
I think it's
loading
like-
connection.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. All right, we're good. Yeah. So that's the symbol that forms, and there is in each of the smaller circles. Each of the smaller circles has one of the magical lights above it. After the symbol is formed, the blood from the bodies begins to float up towards the lights, getting absorbed. Oh wait, yeah, getting absorbed. And as these lights absorb more and more of this blood, they begin to drop down lower and lower and lower to the ground, turning darker and darker red as they do. And the quill goes and strikes into the middle of the symbol, and the previously empty glass compartment in the quill fills with a thick, dark red liquid. And it flies back to his hand, to the curator's hand. He looks at this sort of compartment that's now a little bit full of this liquid, and he says, "Still not enough." And he waves his hand, and he's sort of like been more focused on the quill than the rest of the room. And as he waves his hand, he says, "Clean this mat." And he notices that all of you are all still standing.
I'm still standing.
That you're all still standing. And he says, "Well, aren't you all just full of surprises? Would you care to tell me why you are still alive?"
Because your flying little quill is hitting people.
Maybe we shouldn't backtalk the man who just slaughtered a room.
Just checking the hole that he's just left in my suit. It's like, I don't think I was ever technically alive, but I'm going to make sure you're unalive after that.
Very nice. Cool. Can everyone please put out their little people anywhere they are?
Just for clarity,
exercise.
this one was for the curator. This one was for you, Bombette.
Cool. Cheers, man.
All a giant entering the room.
Morel's with me.
Yep.
But I'll put out his token if he becomes relevant.
I think
Where is Nezar?
Yeah.
Or their body?
Just pick one.
Pick one. To be honest, I made all those tokens. Well, not made. I reused a lot of them, but those tokens were added in after this map was made. So, sure, she's somewhere. Why not? She's this one. Sure, that one there.
I think that is the friend of Marigold, and that is the
Ambrose is just running around trying to wake everyone up.
Bless.
Sorenja would walk over
Bless the sweet bean.
to Ingrid and Olaf's bodies, respectively, and she would feel their pockets to find the keys to their shop.
Yeah, sure. Roll a investigation.
Excellent. 18 plus 7, 25.
Yeah, as you search Olaf's body, you find them.
I had the
And-
cheeriest music just on. I'm sorry in
And
advance.
you find a small sack of coins on Olaf's body as well, containing 12 silver and 45 copper.
I'll put it in my pocket.
Free rent money.
Doesn't have to
Don't
pay
make
rent
that
anymore.
Cool. Oh yeah, that's right. These guys came out on the stage. Oops. Yeah, cool. So you guys just put yourselves wherever you were, so I assume that you've done that.
The buzzing sound from Marigold's chest is getting louder and more intense.
Cool.
I do love that poor Sorenja. We shouldn't shit talk. The two tallest people in the. Fuck you in particular.
No,
guy
one
on
of them
stage.
did not. I'm the second tallest,
Cool.
boo.
That's right.
Yeah, and then he says, well, we can fix that. We can fix the whole you being alive thing. And he will wave his hand, and 4 figures appear in each corner of the room underneath the magical lights.
Just remember, this campaign isn't designed to kill us.
It's not designed to kill you, no.
Said the guy at half health.
It's just designed to make you suffer.
Make you suffer.
Suffer and trauma. Everything I like.
I digress. The names are Trauma Maker, Trauma Giver. You've made your own trauma for me to give to you. He's making trauma. There's a difference here, guys. Just remember that.
When he said we can fix that, is there anything that can happen before he starts making people appear?
Yeah, sure.
Because he's casting
Yeah.
right now, right?
It's more like he's just sort of like dropping a spell, but yeah, you can do something before like he sort of drops.
I cast Entangle on the curator.
Okay.
I'm trying to pin his arms.
Do we roll for initiative?
If
You guys have
there's
already
time,
rolled for initiative.
Oh, I didn't know.
If there's time
Oh,
while there's
okay, I
more
see.
people appearing, Theros would try to summon her companion because that's a lot of people.
Mhm.
So can she do that or?
Yeah.
Okay. Do I need to roll anything? Cause
Not for this one. No.
okay.
Nope. I forgot that.
I'm just trying to see. I'm just trying to see if the other baddies are in it. They should be.
And he's gonna come out right here. Hey.
So beefy.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh, I took damage. Oh.
So for reference, everyone's just gonna see like a swirl of like what looks like snow out of nowhere, and then the Drake appears in the middle of the room where she.
Should I roll a save one bet?
4?
Trying to contain the beast.
Yeah, sure.
Trying to contain the bees.
A 10.
Not the bees.
Not the bees.
I'm just picturing that Oprah gif.
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you feel a shift within you, and suddenly you lose consciousness.
Huh?
Oh no.
Great time.
For everyone else.
No, Mary loses consciousness.
Mary loses consciousness. For everyone else, you probably see those bright, glowing yellow eyes just completely shut off.
And then all of a sudden your head is ripped off. And something claws its way out of you. If you would like to describe Mork.
Yeah. I am just finding it now. But essentially, yeah, you'd see yeah. So as the rumbling keeps going on in his chest, you'd see his right leg starts swelling uncontrollably and the suit completely splitting out. Rusted pieces of metal come out, just completely dripping black ichor everywhere. The left arm gets it's left leg. The right arm gets incredibly large, also breaking from the suit and growing these large claw-like appendages on the end. And the eyes have already completely gone off, and there's this huge swelling in the upper chest. And as it can't get any more, the right hand grabs the head and just completely rips it off the body, as this huge malformed head bursts straight from the chest, again completely rusted, large metal rivets for teeth, spewing out black ichor, bits of pointed metal sort of poking out all over like horrible horns. And you just hear this awful, just fucking.
Your mic didn't pick that up, but it's probably for the best.
Yeah.
Probably. It's like, so you fucking stab me! And he's just gonna charge at like the closest thing.
Which are all allies. But yeah. Cool. So, initiative has already been rolled. You guys did that like first thing. How do I do a combat? Boom.
It's
No.
the clock-looking one.
That's the one. Cool.
And
Clock
if you
is in, I'm
right-click
gonna
on
cock
us,
you up like the head.
right-click on whoever, you can click Add Turn.
Alright, okay, cool. Oh! Okay,
Well,
it's out of
yeah,
there.
that's good.
That did it. Cool.
Yeah, and then if you like hover over whoever you're hovering, like we hover over, highlights on our side, whoever's turn
Yeah.
it is.
I can change my mind.
Yeah.
Oh, same.
If you guys can like fill out your initiative with the with whatever you rolled before, let me know if you need it again. Pets will have the same initiative as you.
I will draw my weapon before the combat.
Wait, that's not right. There we go.
Oh, one note that I completely forgot about. That old.
And there is a
that
button
old,
to organize it by number.
That old nice marigold head that you saw getting ripped off has just been completely slammed straight onto the end of the mace, and he's wielding it around like a big old fucking hammer. I'm gonna beat the shit out of you with my own head.
Excellent.
Psychological damage as well as physical.
And I love that. I'm so happy this happened.
How the fuck is his initiative 25?
Why not?
How is yours 23?
Because I rolled a nat 20.
Look, man, don't ask questions. I just pressed auto roll initiative on D&D Beyond. I wish I could tell you how I got this initiative.
Oh, 5, 4, yay.
Cool. Well, actually, yeah. Okay, cool. So, I believe Ambrose said that you were trying to do a thing.
If the things are already out, then he'd do something different. But he was trying to interrupt. So if they're already out, though,
I
there's
mean,
nothing to do.
you can try and interrupt it if you want.
Okay, it's a strength saving throw from this dude.
Okay, and that is 18.
That passes.
Alright. Yeah, so, yeah, cool.
No more turn order.
And wait, these guys need to roll too.
Which ones?
This guy and this guy.
Okay, cool.
I can't see the turn order anymore.
Oh, fuck, I closed it. Oh, shit. Oh, well,
It'll
it's
still
fine.
be there.
There we go.
I'm not in order.
Okay.
Is there a thingy so that it orders that so that it's in
Yeah, there is.
order?
I don't know.
It is, I just don't remember it right now.
Ascending? No, sorry. Descending. That's what I want. There we go.
There we go.
Yeah.
Cool.
You don't roll for your order. Oh.
Yeah, sorry. So the other guys need to roll. Okay.
Yeah, they got everybody on stage.
Nat 20 for one. And okay, that one is a I think he's got +2. Yeah, so 5.
Yeah, that fails. So he's restrained, whichever one that is.
This one. Cool. There is a thing. Is that one? Is it that? No. Wait. No. There we go. Okay. What did you say it was again, sorry?
Restrained.
Cool. Okay. Cool. Okay.
Which one is it that got restrained?
The bottom one. I don't know how to apply the things.
If you click on him, if you right click on him, there's a cogwheel.
Right.
Click on that. Or you can use the little circle one, the other circle one, and there's like a net in those like icons.
Okay. Yeah. Boom. Okay. And I'll just do that as well, I guess. No. Okay. Never mind. It's fine. Okay, cool. Yep, cool. Cool. Yes. Okay. So, yeah, the curator, after summoning in his goon squad, he will just sort of grab his quill and he'll turn to the two cultists on the stage and say, I trust you will deal with this. Come find me after you're done. And he'll walk out behind that curtain. He'll walk behind the curtain and a light shines through from behind it. And boom. He's out. How do I... Yes, cool. Okay. Zap's turn.
You bitch.
No, it's well, I mean,
Yeah,
technically it's Jackson's turn, but this thing stands up.
Right, so what are my actions and spells?
While you're having a look, these cultists that have appeared, they look similar to the ones that were guarding the door. However, they're a lot smaller and more covered in robes rather than more revealed as the other two were. And the other two are now sporting a lot more armor, and they have shields at their side, as well as their hooked maces.
Do they look familiar by chance? Any symbol? Sal reckon to.
You cut out.
Of
Like a
course I
lot.
did. Does any of it look familiar to Sneros?
Not,
You said there are a lot of different cults.
yeah,
So.
yeah. It's not a. They're more of. They look. All of these people look like they belong with the cult of time, or the librarians of time. But you probably being stuck in Bleakford for most of the time, you probably haven't had much to do with them directly. Yeah, cool. So Jackson.
Yep. Just quickly, with pets, like, do we have to verbally command them to do something, or can they act of their own sort of will?
Pets have their own turn, essentially. They just act on your initiative. So, like, whatever you roll for initiative, they roll for initiative.
Yeah. Like, I was just wondering, like, do I have to, if I want Zap to specifically attack someone in a specific way, do I have to verbally command him?
Yeah.
As a bonus action? Okay.
It's not. It doesn't take an action or anything like that. It's just more of a
sweet.
like do it.
Yep. Well, yeah. So Jackson, just having a fucking arrow going through his shoulder, is going to be clutching at it. He's going to look up the stage and see the guy disappear. In his good hand, with his staff, he's going to point at the. Actually, wait, how high up is the stage again?
It's about 4 or 5 feet. It's not too high.
Right. Yeah, so he's gonna attack the guard on the left, or the bottom one on the left side of the stage.
This one or this one?
The first one you pinged.
Okay.
So he is going to use what is it? Lightning bolt.
Is that a cantrip?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So fire that off.
What is that? So 19 to hit.
Definitely hits.
10. 10.
10
So
damage.
lightning damage.
Cool. Do you want to describe what it looks like when Jackson casts lightning?
So as I point my staff at the guy, you see a surge of like lightning come from like just above, yeah, like just above my wrist, through my hand, and then through the staff, and then yeah, just hits the guy. That's not really a streak of lightning. It is like a small, like singular bolt.
Very nice. Cool. Is there anything else?
Yep, 1 second. Just making sure I got this right. Yes, as he does so, there's going to be like a small gust of air that's almost circles around him. That basically lifts him off his feet and moves him back. So, I think that's 10 feet. Yep, so moves him back there. And then that's Jackson's turn.
Cool.
And then what's 45?
I've forgotten what the restrain thing does, isn't it? It's just like can't move, right?
I can pull it up. One second.
Do you do dexterity saving throw?
Their
it's just 'cause-
speed becomes 0. They cannot benefit from.
Any bonuses to speed and attack rolls against the creature have advantage. Creature
and
has
they get
disadvantage.
disadvantage on dex saves.
Yep, cool.
Oh, it was this creature wearing metal.
Yes, it was.
Okay.
Eat metal.
And what was I doing? By seeing the range. Da, 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 da. Son of a bitch, just out of range.
Try one of the other ones.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yep.
These other ones are not wearing any visible armor. They're just wearing cold robes.
All right. Yep. Yeah, and Zap is going to use Lightning Strike. And yep, so he gets Pack Tactics, so advantage on attack roll. Actually, what am I doing? I have to do 2 d20s now. 8?
Doesn't hit.
Zap tries his best, but it's just not enough this time.
Bless his socks.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, you raise your staff and you strike this guy standing on stage who's like wrapped up in these vines, and as you fire this strike of lightning at him, it hits him, and he just like sort of like you see his armor just sort of like melt a bit in like where it hits him. It hits him in the shoulder, and like the armor sort of melts a little bit. Then he screams in pain. And then Zap, following his papa's lead, tries to fire lightning at this thing, but he just misses. He does manage to fire the lightning, but it just misses and smacks the wall next to it. Cool. Now it is, unless you've got anything else you want to do.
Nope, I believe that's it for me.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay. So now it is the initiate's turn. He is going to it is going to it's got this quill similar to what the curator had. However, it's just going to grab it, use it to write something along its arm, and then as it holds the quill, the writing on its arm begins to glow, and a like sort of barrier surrounds it as it casts mage armor on itself. It will then step forward. Is that the right one? Yes, it is. And it will
Is it that one?
Which one?
Is it that one?
Oh shit, sorry, yeah, my bad. Yeah, this one. 1, 2 yeah, cool. Yeah, so it runs towards Ogin, and it will just sort of stand there menacingly. Cool. Next up is whichever one this one is. Up in the back corner.
Yeah, if you put your cursor over the token,
Yeah.
it shows you which one it is.
Cool. Yeah. This one does a very similar thing to the other one, where it uses this quill, writes on its arm, and this field sort of surrounds it, and it rushes towards Ambrose. But it doesn't do anything else. It just runs there and goes grrr. Now it is Sorenja's turn.
All right. Just kind of grasping down to her neck, she pulls up a necklace with a small gem on the end of it, and she puts the necklace in her mouth and kind of clamps down on it, and blood just kind of begins to drip from the corners of her lips, and she's going to run the blood off her lips onto her fingers, and she is going to cast Chromatic Orb at the 2nd level on this guy for some...
This one?
Yeah, that one, because, he's restrained, so advantage. And
Hell
she's
yeah.
going to do potentially poison damage, because that seems fun. Yay. That will be a natural 20 plus 7 for 27, please.
And
Well done.
it does not hit.
It misses. Counterspell. No.
Is that
yeah.
8d6? Sorry, 8d8.
4d8s. Well, are we doing double the number of dice I roll, or double my dice roll?
For a crit, it's double the number of dice you roll.
Okay.
Just 8d8.
Yeah, 8.
Less, you can do less damage on a crit than on a.
Depends. I always like to roll the extra dice. It feels great. Extra
yeah.
claps.
Okay. 8. Oh shit. Okay. And then 20, 28, 31, 34, 30, 52 points of acid damage. Of poison
Fuck.
damage.
Holy shit.
Oh. Guess what?
He's
He's
turned into a
dead.
puff of smoke.
He's
Oh.
dead, okay? He's dead
Does
with
anyone survive this?
zero chance of revival. It's like double his health.
Thank you. Now I don't have to maintain my
It's,
concentration anymore.
yeah,
That worked out so nicely.
He's
It's a
dead.
mass death.
Courtney just kind of takes the blood from the corners of her lips and like runs it along, kind of like wiping it up, cleaning it up, and
Guess what?
hi.
Guess what?
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 Roll me a d20.
Okay, I can do that.
What level?
18.
What level spell did you cast?
Second.
Yeah, you're good. Cool.
And she said to not talk shit.
Don't talk shit.
Don't
Don't
talk
say
shit
anything,
to her.
yeah.
She fucks you up.
Walk the walk. All right. Cool. Is there anything else you want to do?
Yeah, and as a bonus action, does he have a body left, or is it just...
Also, yeah, he's got a body.
As a bonus action, I'm going to cast Assassin's Mark, and all of the scars and the damage and the blisters and boils that I created on his skin just kind of shift into a crescent moon whose points are facing up, and it's being held by a hand dripping blood.
You know how to cross them out? You
There
can
we
cross
go.
them out when they die.
Got
There it
him.
is.
Creepy alert.
I'm figuring it out. Cool.
And she will just take 5 feet of her movement and shift behind Mary.
Mork, it's your turn.
Good old Mork. Yeah. So he got this huge, like his lower jaw is bigger than his front jaw, so it's kind of like hanging off like that. Still dripping ichor, and the eyes, he's got one larger eye and one smaller eye, and both bright red. Just like, get out of my way, squishy! And he's just going to charge straight at this one.
It is important to know that anybody who did not see, like, was not directly looking at his transformation, he does not, like, you cannot make the connection that this is the same person.
Other than it's carrying his head.
Just some monster has come and taken his head.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm going to use my own head on a stick and reckless attack this bag in the middle of the room.
This
in the
poor
corner of the
guy.
room, even.
Be gentle.
Okay, didn't
You should
crit.
have told that to Sorenja.
That's a 20 to hit.
Yeah.
Okay. So he takes 2d6 plus 3. Oh, plus 5 even. Okay. So that's 13 damage to the guy in the corner of the room.
Yeah.
And as a bonus action, you'll see like so he's holding like the stick in the left hand, and the right hand where the claws are out is going to start emanating purple, like crackling energy. And I'm going to activate my Eldritch Maul, and that will be my turn.
Cool. Yeah, so you run up with this club, just like mechanical screaming, and you just pummel straight into this thing. You can hear like a bone break somewhere in it as it just but it's still alive, but wishing it wasn't.
It's just cackling the whole time, just squish, smash.
I like it. Cool. All right. Now that is Ogin.
Ogin. So Ogin will take this one as his dual focus for free action. And as a bonus action, he will take the Ox stance. So I have +1 AC against him. And I will attack him. Does okay, wait. I will need to go check my bonus on attack. Does a 17 is?
Yes, it does.
So I gain because I hit him first before he hit me, I gain the confidence AC, so I have a +1. I'll gain an AC. I'll gain confidence and I will choose the AC bonus.
Yep.
So I had half my charisma modifier to my AC, so I have +2 AC against him and +1 AC against everyone else.
Yep.
If I understand it very well. Oh, and I need to roll damage.
I hope you understand it because I don't.
I think only one bad understand it, and
That's fine. I'm the only one that needs to.
and he takes 10 point of piercing damage.
How much damage, sir?
10.
10. Cool.
No, okay, so generally I have 19 AC against him and 18 AC against everyone else.
No, sorry. The
confidence is on.
Confidence is only works on your dual target.
Okay, good.
So 17 for everyone else and
19.
19 against him. Cool. All right. Okay. Is that it?
Yes, I did my action and my bonus action.
Cool. So yeah, you sort of like do like a little flourish, and sort of like almost like lock eyes with this like hooded figure. If you like, you can't really see his eyes, but looking where that you assume they are, and you enter your ox stance, which is like a sort of defensive-ish like stance, rapier out front, ready to block any incoming hits, and you thrust forward and stab into this thing. There's this wet squish and a slight grunt in pain, but it just sort of grabs the rapier and pushes it away. Cool. Snaris, your turn.
Let's see how well my mic picks me up for me trying to talk a combat. Snaros, what happened to my Calder went missing?
Oh, yeah, no. You're still there.
Snaros is going to shoot at this one.
Okay.
Just as a starter. So I rolled a 3 plus 8 though. So
No.
11?
It doesn't hit.
No. Alright, so her bonus action is going to be telling Calder to go attack that one.
Yep.
What's it called, sorry? What's the dragon called?
Colder.
Colder.
It's like
Good.
bolder but cold.
Colder.
Yep. So you does the Drake actually attack, or does it just?
Yeah, he'll attack. It's he bites.
He bites.
So he did better than me. I rolled 15 plus 5, 20 for him.
Okay.
1d6 plus 2 for damage. 7. Piercing.
Yep. Which one is this one? There we go. Cool. How much damage? Sorry, 7.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. So you fire your bow at this cultist that's in this duel against this this person. But your arrow hits it, but this like field that it's projected on itself just bounces the arrow off of it. And then you send Calder running over towards this Fearbog. This big old Drake comes. Well, actually, I think it's only medium size, isn't it?
It's a
Small.
small dragon, so I don't know
Small,
what
yeah,
size that
okay.
is.
Yeah. So
Small.
yeah, small. So this this little boy, little boy Drake, comes running up next to you, Ambrose, and just takes a bite. Takes a chunk.
Ambrose
out
looks
of-
like he's like ready to run away from this animal who's charging him. But he knows like you're supposed to stand your ground when you're being charged by a wild animal. So he just stands his ground, and then it goes for the cultist, and he goes, "Oh, all right, cool."
Yeah, and it just jumps up, sinks its teeth into this cultist. There's like a slight yelp of pain as he reefs his head around, taking a
Good puppy.
taking a nasty chunk out. Cool. Is that it? Excellent.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Whose
Oh.
dog is this?
How did I? What have I done? Oh no, I removed it.
Whose dog is this?
Uh,
It was the guy in the
bottom corner here, yeah, but
like the. Have you
Yeah.
deleted him?
I'll
from the
remember
turn
that he
off?
Yeah,
goes
yeah,
before me. You don't have to
I-
worry about it.
I have 12, I think it was.
Yeah, it was 12.
Yeah, cool. So this one is going to step forward, and it's going to raise this quill and point it at Snaros, and it'll mutter something in some sort of unintelligible language as it casts Eldritch Blast.
Eldritch Blast.
Eldritch Blast.
The only
Okay,
spell that
and-
comes with an accent requirement.
Yeah.
That is 13 to hit.
Does not hit.
Does not hit. Cool. Yep. And then it will move the rest of its movement. Cool. Ambrose, your turn.
Ambrose says to the cultist, excuse me, do you think that we could just get out the door? Can we just go? We don't have to do this right now. Can we just go?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so there'll be like this sort of incomprehensible like whispering sound. It sounds like there's like 3 different voices all whispering coming from this hooded figure.
Has he heard these cultists be like that before in his previous experience? Would he know like what this context is?
No.
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 Look, I'm just gonna give you a little tap on the head, all right? It's just shh. And he casts Shillelagh on his quarterstaff, and it grows these huge-looking, kind of cartoonish rose thorns. And he smacks a dude. Not nat 20, 30-20.
That hits.
Can I use my Calder's reaction?
What's her reaction?
When a creature within 30 feet of the Drake that it can see hits with a weapon attack, the Drake can use its reaction to add 1d6 of cold damage to the attacker's damage.
Ooh. Do I roll it? You roll it. I have things to roll over here.
You sure you want me to roll it?
Yeah, no, you roll it.
Okay.
That's your baby.
Yes,
I think it's D8
That's a 4.
plus 5. Nice. I rolled an 8. So 13 plus 4 is 17 points. And what kind of damage is this? I don't even know.
Bludgeoning or piercing?
4
Bludgeoning.
points of cold.
Bludgeoning.
Yeah. So 13 bludgeoning and 4 cold.
Yeah.
Cool.
Doesn't knock him out
Now
cold.
can we go? Now can we go?
So
I just want to. I just want to go.
as you you sort of run your hand along your quarterstaff, and all these thorns start appearing on it. You strike this creature, this cultist, cultist, with it. Oh wait, I put that on the wrong one. My bad. Yeah, and as you strike this cultist, it just there's a wet squish and a crack, and it collapses down onto the ground.
Sorry.
Can I go, please?
I don't know.
Crack.
It was knocked out cold.
And he sends Morel to peek out the back of his hair, so that way Morel can let him know if anything's coming up behind him. And can he move?
Who?
Ambrose.
Oh, probably.
All right, this thing is not going to stop him, so he's going to the door. That's where he's heading.
Mm-hmm.
And leaving Morel to kind of do the thing where he tells him if anything's coming up behind him, because he's not looking behind him.
Yep.
That's Ambrose.
Cool. Cool.
He gives the Drake a little pat on the head before he goes. He goes, "Good puppy."
Excellent.
Low happy hiss? Not sure.
Cool. This this initiate that stands below Mork. His pants are a little bit full right now. And he's going to take the quill. He's going to write something in his palm. And then as he closes his hand and reopens it, the hand begins sparking. And he's going to cast Shocking Grasp and just like reach forward and grab you.
Yeah. I attack
Advantage.
recklessly, so you'll have an advantage. Yeah.
Advantage anyway if the target is wearing armor made of metal when your entire body is metal.
Technically, I do not wear armor, but I am also made of metal.
Yes. So yeah, advantage.
Hurt me, daddy.
Okay. So that is a 23 to hit.
Just hits.
So as Sorenja sees this out of the corner of her eye, she's going to spit a little bit of extra blood out as she talks, and she mumbles something in Primordial, and she's going to cast Silvery Barbs. I need him to re-roll and use his lower roll.
Okay. So basically rolling with disadvantage, or
He rolls all over again, straight roll,
okay.
and uses the lowest rolled number.
I can just imagine this.
So do I roll 2 dice again, or just the one?
It just says must re-roll the d20. Just the straight,
Okay.
just one d20.
Cool.
I could just imagine the initial with this giant fucking machine in front of it just going.
You
fuck,
rolled
fuck,
a nat
fuck,
20.
Fuck, fuck,
Well, no, it's a 22 on that one. So using the
Fine.
lower one is 22.
And I will also give Mary the ability to have advantage on his next ability check or saving throw next
Okay.
minute. So basically, all of calm.
Cool. What level spell is Silvery Barbs?
First.
Okay, can you roll me a d20?
It's a 3.
Nothing happens this time.
Maybe that way.
Cool.
But for now,
All right. Yeah, sorry. So does 22 hit?
Just hits.
Okay.
I'm going to say just hits every time it hits me.
Okay, cool. Cool. D. Nope, that is not a D8. D8. Wow, that's sad. Cool. So take 2 lightning damage, and you cannot use reactions.
Interesting. Is that for one round, or is it just...
Until the start of your next turn.
Okay.
Cool.
loves it.
Yep. Now it is this other acolyte that's on stage's turn. The acolyte is going to cast. It'll raise its mace towards well, who is I guess it would see Ambrose trying to leave and cast a guiding bolt. Okay. So that is nat 1. Cool.
Ambrose, I think, is just like totally oblivious to being shot at. Just like leaning down to inspect the door handle, and just like the blast goes right over his head.
He's protected by obliviousness, I think, like on a daily basis.
For sure.
Morel just yells, "Squawk!"
Squawk! Squawk! What, boy?
Morel's like, Dad!
Okay. Jackson, your turn.
Okay. So first of all, I'd just like to say I lied my last turn. Gust of wind doesn't move me back. I just walk backwards.
Okay, that's
because
fine.
that feature doesn't work with cantrips.
Yep, that's fine.
Yeah, but actually, what's the range on this before I do it? Oh, that definitely fucking hits. I'm gonna use level 1 Chaos Bolt.
Okay.
Is that? Yeah, I can do that. Okay, no material cost.
I love Chaos Bolt.
Yes, what do I need? 2d8 plus 1d6. I got 2 8s, which means it is thunder damage.
Mm-hmm.
It also means that the chaotic energy leaps from the target to a different creature of your choice within 30 feet of it.
Is that a saving throw spell, or is that a to hit?
It is to hit.
Okay. And who are you casting at?
I'm casting that at the. I think you said it was an acolyte.
On the stage.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
So, I should. Yeah, actually, I should have rolled the hit first. Whoops.
That's fine.
Okay.
I think both of these guys are within 30 feet if it does hit.
Don't fuck up now. 22 to hit.
That hits.
Yep. So hits that guy on stage, though that's. Hang on. A hit, the target takes 2d8 plus 1d6, so I assume it's 16 plus whatever I get for the 6 total.
Yep.
So that is 20 thunder damage for the acolyte.
Yep.
And then yeah, so then the energy jumps to the initiates, like on, what was it? Close to Ogin.
Yep.
And makes him,
I think you have to roll to
makes him
attack again, see if it hits.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm not going to use my new dice. That's run out of juice.
Run out of mojo.
My new dice is very fucking good, but only for the first few rolls, and it needs to recharge. 17 to hit.
That hits.
Oh, thank fuck. So yeah, that also take.
I think you have to re-roll the damage as
Motherfucker.
well.
Make a new attack roll against a new target, and make a new damage roll. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So, where the fuck my d8s go? Oh, there they are. So, there. So that is 6 plus. There we go. 6 plus 5. So 11. And that is. What are my options? Lightning damage. So 11 lightning damage for the initiate.
He's dead. He gets fried. Yeah, so roll me a d20.
D20? Okay. Fuck it, I'll go to the new die. 4.
Okay, you're good. Cool. So you fire off this, you raise your staff, you fire off this ball of just pure energy, and as it strikes this acolyte, you see it sort of like get hit, and it sort of recoils back a bit and like sort of blocks its ears. And then this orb sort of jolts off towards this cultist that's standing in front of Ogin, and it just bursts into flames as lightning strikes it. Its robes catch fire, and it just runs around and collapses.
After that, Jackson sort of stands up straight with a surprised look on his face and just goes, "That worked?" And that's the end of my turn.
Very nice.
And same with Zap.
He's not doing
There's
anything?
nothing.
Okay.
Yeah, no, he's not doing anything.
Cool. Tired little boy. Cool. Now it is this one. This one's dead. Sorenja, your turn.
Let's see. Sorenja will sidestep a little less than 15 feet with Diamond still in her mouth, and she'll kind of like stomp down on it one more time, letting the blood drip from her lips, and she is going to cast a first level chromatic orb at this guy here. Uh, 19 plus 7 for 26.
That hits.
Well, pay and her lucky dice.
Oh, that's not bad. 18 points of, let's say, acid damage still, as this like kind of deep green blood drips from her lips and coagulates into this thick orb of a decent size that kind of flies across the room and gives him some lovely little blisters and green ichor kind of dripping from his skin.
Gives him more than blisters. Yeah, so you fire off this chromatic orb. It spins towards him. He raises his shield to try and block it, but it just hits the shield, explodes, and just completely covers him in this acid as he begins to get melted and just slowly melts into the stage.
I'm melting.
The goo dripping through the boards.
Around blankly blinking at the room.
Cool.
My turn.
Mork, your turn. Is this insolent little cultist has just tried zapping you?
It just goes, it's just cackling away. Sometimes like, ah, that tickles now. Smash! And he's going to bring down his big right fist. Again, reckless attacking. This is kind of glowing all purpley and crazy now. Oh, good thing I did that with advantage. Fucking hell. That's an 18 to hit.
That definitely hits.
Okay, so he takes 1d8 plus 5, 7. That's 12, and he takes another d8 of force damage, which is 3. So that's 15 damage.
Is well and truly just paste. You just he's at negative 13 hit points. As you
I like to think he just straight into like just collapsing into himself. Just
yeah, and as you
You know
lift up,
when someone gets in cartoons when someone gets flattened, they're like a circle with fucking hands and feet.
yeah,
Just that.
yeah, you just raise down this like massive fist. You slam it down into him, and you just watch it crumples. And there's just a pile of mush and bone left behind.
excellent. And then seeing that guy's smushed, he's just going to turn around. Oh wait, what was that? What was 30? There we go. So he's going to move his full speed over here, just like again giggling away to himself. And now with my Eldritch Claw more, I get a reach of, so my melee reach for unarmed strikes is now 15 feet.
Jesus Christ.
So you see that same purple hand lash out as a bonus action. I'm going to attack again through my Face of Rage feature. And I'm going to attack this guy over here, who's in 15 feet. And I'm going to smash him with my hand again, just like running around like a crazy fuck. Does a 12 hit?
I should have cast Mage Armor. Yes, it hits.
Holy shit, good, because I rolled a 1 and a 7, and I was like, come on, bro. So that's same again, so d8 plus 5. Okay, that's a 6, which is 11, plus a d6, which is a 2, so that's another 13 damage to this guy.
Yeah, so you just turn this thing into paste. You turn around, you run towards this other one, and as you go to strike this other cultist, it's not quite within your range, but you lash out, and your arm like sort of more bits of metal sort of like crawl out from it and like grow further out, and you strike this cultist. He gets just completely something's broken. He screams in pain, but he is still standing,
Just cackling away at himself, just like very pleased with what he's done. And that's my turn.
okay. Again, your turn.
Full movement range. Sorry. Then 10 attaques. Or
Oh, there was an extra
17.
point. There was an extra 1 point of damage for that melee strike.
Cool.
You are
Yeah. Sorry, what were you doing?
slashing 15? 17?
17 to hit.
Yeah.
Yep, that hits.
There is 12 point of slashing damage.
Slashing. I thought,
Or
repeat.
piercing. It is a rapier. I can do slashing or piercing.
Yeah, well, it's still reeling from this strike from this giant robot. And as it's like sort of trying to recollect itself, you just run up with your rapier and just straight through its head.
I did not finish him.
He's dead.
Okay, I was like, I can switch my confidence.
You can if you
Make
want,
more-
but he's dead.
To make more damage. Okay, let's go. It takes an additional 3 points of damage.
As soon as she sees the last guy drop, Sneros is gonna go to Danan's body. It's an FYI.
Okay. Yeah. The room is now. Well,
Littered
all
with
the
more corpses.
yeah.
You're
there's
breaking
more
initiative?
bodies. Yep. Initiative is now over.
Okay, so what's been happening is there's the smell of burnt flesh, acid sizzling, lightning erupting in the room, and Ambrose is trying the door, just like.
Yeah.
Oh, those poor
You can-
Jesus.
You try the door. It doesn't budge. It's still closed.
Okay, now he turns around and goes, "Can somebody help me unlock this door?" Oh, all right.
I'm gonna try and end the rage early.
Okay. Roll a Constitution saving.
Okay, yeah. That's a 25.
Yeah, you're good. Yeah, so this form begins to like sort of squish itself back into your back into
The
the
kind of like the legs and stuff get a little bit slimmer, and the arm starts to shrink, and the head is just kind of like still again cackling, but like quietly, like. And as he like disappears below the necklace, goes, "See you soon," and then the big hand just smashes the head back on, and the lights just turn back on, just like, "Wow, y'all are powerful. You made a real mess of these. My clothes."
You're right there, Hoss?
I'm fine. And he's just going to start casting mending on his suit. Try and put it back, stitch it all nice, like that broken ass shoe that's completely open. Like,
If you don't mind, this door could use a push.
Jackson's just going to be standing there with his staff at the ready, sort of puffing, but with each like exhale, he starts slumping a bit more until eventually he's barely standing up with his staff. Zap's doing the
Oh,
same
does Ambrose
thing.
see that?
I mean, if Ambrose is
Can Ambrose see that Jackson
Oh,
is fucked
100%.
up?
Yeah.
I got a 6 back from my mending, by the way.
Yep. Cool.
I am going over to Jackson and say, Papa always said consent is key. So may I just put my hand on you for just a moment?
Let's pop a Henry
Yes.
Crabgrass.
I just look up, like, still puffing, go, like, nod.
I cast a first level cure wounds.
Yeah.
D8 plus 5. Boop, 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 boop. 8 points.
Yay, thank you.
Can you also roll me a d20?
Yeah, you got it.
stand up.
9.
straight.
You're good.
I
Is
stand up
Danon?
straight and just go, thank you.
Yeah, you got it, Sparky. That was pretty impressive what you were doing over there.
Sparky got
Makes note.
Mm.
Jackson's new name is Spark.
God damn it.
I dubbed these Sparky.
I have it in capital letters in my notes. It was like as soon as Ambrose saw it, like, there we go, there it is.
Going to Jackson's page and writing Sparky.
Can I see
Sparky
what
attack.
if it continue? Can I just open up the curtain?
Yep.
From where we left, where I forgot his name, but yeah.
Is
Yeah.
Danon
And what
still
the,
like?
what is there?
Oh, yeah. Okay. So because it's yeah, okay. So we'll go to Darren's corpse. So you were standing over it.
Snado's crouched down to see if he's clinging on to life or any last word. Not by chance that would identify him that she could remove to not let it be known. Like letters or anything important.
Roll investigation.
No, why couldn't I have rolled that earlier? So I rolled an 18. Investigation's 0, so.
Cool. There's no real like letters or anything like that on his nothing that seems super important on his body. He most likely would have left that at the sort of safe house since he was, going out in the field. But there is a small bag of coins that have 2 silver pieces and 50 copper.
She's not going to take that. She's just going to do the respectful thing of closing his eyes because she doesn't know if he's.
Fix your mic.
Yeah, I cut out. Look, maybe if I talk like this, maybe it'll work for me.
I
Does.
think the issue is when you talk, but then when Child wants to talk as well, I think Mike gets confused, and it just cuts.
I have no idea.
Go into your
But that
settings,
works.
fix your sensitivity.
Screams internally, just gives up.
Can Marigold check around
Like
for the
that.
body of that kobold that was pointed out?
Yeah.
I don't know how big it is, but I want to try and stuff it into my man satchel.
Yeah,
Kobolds are like 2
say,
feet tall.
yeah. I'll say you can do that.
Excellent. I'm gonna go over to Sorenja and just check and make sure. You all right? You look okay.
Her lips are covered in blood, but she's looking up and going, I'm fine.
Nothing new there. As long as we're all right. How about we get out of this place? I'm gonna go over to the
and-
door.
As you say that, Ogin opens the curtains, and there is a bright red portal behind that shines this bright red light out into the
And what are we going to do about this, guys?
Well, if you give me 10 minutes, I can take a look at it, but I'm not going to really tell you what to do.
I think we should go get help. I don't think that help is through there. I'm not the smartest, but I don't think that help is through there.
I don't
Jack-
think help is anywhere, Ambrose. I think they
Yeah,
load us here
yeah.
for something.
Ambrose, there is no help in this city.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
I got lots of friends in the city. I just need to go out. I mean, one of them's dead, but like more.
Us in a room with bodies and blood doesn't really seem like we deserve help.
But there's all these things here that we could point at and be like, "Hey, look at this giant blood circle on the floor.
Yes,
What's
but
that about?"
But it is our what we said against what they think.
I wouldn't lie. Why would they think I would lie?
The world is
that-
cruel.
Because
Does that
that's how this
symbol have
city
anything
is.
to do with the oracles or anything like that?
The cult of time, yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
they are related to the oracles, but they are not. They are apart. But they are allies.
Whoever
Yes.
wants to sort of try and discern the symbol, roll me either an Arcana or Religion check.
I'm not even gonna.
Oh my
Wow,
god, it's like I never
everybody-
left Lucian alone.
While everybody's staring at the symbol on the floor, I have 2 small priorities, if I may. Sorenja would like to go through all of the bodies, particularly the ones that were not like patrons of the gallery, like the cultists and acolytes, and loot them.
Okay.
Also, would want to take the dagger off of her hip and retrieve a full-fledged finger from the 2 cultists she killed, one from Ingrid and one from Olaf.
Okay.
Just quickly, Jackson's not paying attention to anything going on. He's just hunched over the Mirna's body.
Okay. Do you want to do anything for Mirna or?
Oh no, Jackson's fully aware she's dead.
Okay, cool.
He's just kind of contemplating it.
Cool. Yeah, so Sorenja, you're going around digging. You can easily cut off the fingers. Sorry, were you looting the acolytes or were you looting the
I think it was everyone.
You're
Or
muted.
or just all of them? Because you can loot all of them if you want.
You're muted.
She's not muted.
Yes,
Mike's
you
not
are.
picking up.
Mike's just not working.
It's your mic.
I did the thing where I kept myself on mute on the other thing for a long time. I have no idea how long.
It's very easy to do.
Oh,
We-
now
Oh, there we go.
We're okay. There we go.
Okay. Just the cultists and the acolytes. I'm gonna leave everyone's friends alone.
Yeah, so on the cultists, they don't really carry a lot. There's some... One thing that is noticeable for all the initiates is that they've all got these quills that are just made of pure metal. They are made to look like feather quills, but they are just metal. With some like engravings in the side of them, so you could get like 4 of them if you want.
I'd like
if you
4
want,
of them,
if you want
please.
4 quills, yeah,
I do
cool.
want 4 quills.
All right. Quills are literally just fancy daggers. Yeah. So just add daggers and rename them as quills.
Ew.
Well, they're fancy daggers that can also be used as spellcasting focuses for the cultists. So,
That's cool.
And on the acolytes, they're wearing metal armor. They've got shields and maces, but other than that, there's not really too much that seems really important. I guess if you really want, you can take the fucking scroll that's been nailed into the guy's chest, but that's up to you.
Holy
I
shit.
actually would like to take the scroll off of his chest.
Sure, go for it.
Yeah.
Rip that some bitch out.
Yeah, I'd like to be delicate about it though.
Mhm.
Trying to like preserve the paper. I don't give a shit about desecrating his body.
Yep.
I just want to protect the piece of paper.
Yeah,
Do
so
I
you
recognize the language?
carefully pull the nails out. There's one, and one, and one. And so the paper comes free. It's got bits of blood and goo on them. Roll me a history check.
Oh, that's not bad. 18.
Okay. Primarily the language is abyssal,
Excellent. I read Abyssal.
but it doesn't seem to make sense or like conform to any sort of standard language norms. Like it's all just a jumbled mess of words.
Interesting. All at once. Still keeping it. We'll continue with that later.
As a quick one, I don't know if members of the Mark, if we have little insignias or whatever, but if a Kelb's got one, I'd want to take it off his body, like to take it back, let everyone know that he has perished in the good fight. Or, well, the Shades of Grey fight.
Yeah. He's got a little sort of he's got a dagger, and on the sort of hilt of it, there's a little symbol for the mark.
So that. I also rolled actually quite well for the religion check on the circle.
Mm-hmm.
As much like Lucian, I have a +1 to all of those things. I rolled a 15, so I got 16 on that.
Okay. It's definitely occult in nature. I'm gonna give this one to Sorenja for free, in that she knows that it's a form of sangromancy, like what they were doing there. But it's not any spell that you know. Whereas for Mary, you know that this is a sort of... You wouldn't really know sort of what the symbol means, what it is sort of connected to, but it's clearly occult in nature, and it's part of like the sort of Oracle's gimmick.
And we didn't get the door open, right?
Not yet. There's a giant portal, and there's the door there.
I'm not very good with magic.
If Ambrose wants to try the door, Marigold will assist. Just to see if there's any way out that way.
I could try to help. And he sets Morel down on the floor. Says, "Stay." And gets a running start. Waits for Marigold to join him, and if they both want to shoulder the door at the same time.
I'm not even going to say that requires a roll. You guys just together, just sheer weight and force, you guys just bust through the door. The doors swing open. And the brightness of the sun flows in through the door.
Were we here all night?
We must have been. I
didn't feel like it.
That's strange. I didn't feel the need to rest my servos, so I don't think
I don't know what that means. Okay.
And we're just out like in Seoul now. Like it's back into the city.
It's like it's sort of so bright, like coming through this door, that you can't actually see what's out there.
I'm gonna begin ritually casting detect magic.
Okay.
Oh, I can't close my eyes. I'm just like, oh.
I'm gonna go back inside. I've got some things to take care of. But now that we got the door open, at least we got some fresh air. That's good. And Ambrose is going to go back inside and start piling all the bodies in the middle of the room.
I will say that the air that does come through, like the now open doors, it's not the dense air with like that slight smokiness that you were smelling before.
Okay.
But
that would have
it
changed.
is. It has lifted, and it's
Okay.
It's now the fresh air.
Unless someone wants to come up to Jackson while he was at me and his body, Zap's just sort of going to be nudging against Jackson's like neck to get his attention, and eventually he'll come to and stand up and start making his way towards the group.
How's Jackson looking right now?
What's the word?
Shook?
Yeah, like he's very noticeably shook.
Like in shock.
I wouldn't say he's in shock so much, but like his
I
eyes
see what
aren't
you
really-
did there.
Banter. He's rattled. He's like
Yeah, he's not really saying anything. His eyes are just straightforward, and he has like a very casual, if not slow, like sort of walk.
Is he looking like just weak, bloody?
Physically he's alright. Like, I mean, his shirt's a little bit torn and bloodied from that fucking quill going through him, but aside from that, no real noticeable damage.
Oh, it's already 11. Ooh.
Everybody else feeling okay? Or looking okay, rather?
Yeah.
Ambrose is fine. Whose puppy is this?
Marigold's suit is back to perfection. He maybe has a slight scuff, but he's good.
That was a pretty interesting thing that happened to you. Does that happen often?
That's to Mary, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't.
That's
get
right.
your
I'll
meaning.
I'll ask you about it later. Hey, I don't know your name, and you're just so striking. I would love to know your name. And he points at Snaros. I've never met anybody taller than me. Well, I have, but like this much taller.
Oh, well, it is very common for me to meet people shorter than me.
I bet. Papa always said
Mine-
it's not the size, it's how you use it.
Uh-oh is right, kid. Uh-oh is right.
We're all how old and still laugh
Out
at
of
that?
character. Out of character, that's funny in the way we all think. In character, she's like, okay. She's like, my name is Sneros.
Sorry,
who are you?
what?
Sneros.
Snay Rose.
Close enough.
You got a rose in your name just like me. My name's Ambrose. We both got roses.
Intriguing. It's very nice to meet you.
Oh, it's so nice to meet another Rose. Do you mind if I call you Rosie?
Whatever makes you content.
That was my nickname in the army. I think the people were making fun of me a little bit because I was a little bit soft, but I kind of liked it, and I'd be very honored if I could pass on that name to a new friend.
Of course. I wouldn't imagine you to have been in the army, but it's very nice to meet you.
I was in the army for a long time. Yeah. Were you? Did you ever do any military time?
Currently, still am.
Wow. You must be real disciplined. I couldn't do that myself. I was a little bit of for the Papa called it a free spirit.
You could say I grew up in it.
Same. Oh, we've got so much in common. We've got this name thing. We've got military background, military families. Where are you from?
The north. I'm from up
Same.
north.
Oh my, same here. We're going to be just the best of friends, but we got to figure out what the fuck is going on for right now. There's a little bit of stuff going on. Maybe we should just leave here. What do you think?
I think that sounds like a wonderful idea.
Hey, you're from the north. How do you get rid of your dead?
Get rid of my what?
Dead. The dead. What are your rituals like? Are they the same as mine? And my ritual is we set them on fire and give them to
We
the
set
heart.
them on fire as well.
Fabulous. Can you help me start building a pyre? Just working on it right now.
Of course, it's better than letting them stay there for long.
I appreciate your help so much. And he just goes
Taking
and starts continuing dragging bodies up.
Taking out the journal. In the north, they set people on fire when they stop moving.
Yo, Wombat, I've got a question you probably weren't expecting.
Mhm.
Burial sort of practices and rituals.
What, sorry?
What are the
You
burial
can.
practices and rituals from where I'm from?
You're not fucking weird, so you just put people in graves.
Okay.
Look, when you're like in a really cold area, putting bodies in the ground is bad.
Yeah, you can't.
They don't decompose right.
Yeah.
And it is a little bit hard to
Weird.
to use a shovel in icy
Because the
ground.
ice. Right.
I mean, you're welcome
Burn
to
them.
try shoveling the ice, but it
Yeah,
might not
yeah,
work for
yeah.
your favor.
Yeah.
I
Jackson's
think that's an
gonna
actual thing.
Yeah, Jackson's going to overhear these guys talk about burying the bodies and just out loud says, No, it's not for all of them. And he sort of.
Did you want to keep one?
Um,
I mean, I know that Marigold put one in his bag. So I guess he's keeping that one. So if you wanted to carry one out of here,
I just got
suppose so.
Jackson's not even going to react to that thing about Marigold. He's just going to say, Wait, does Jackson know if Miana has family?
Uh,
It won't really change things.
yeah, no. I think it's probably he can probably assume, yeah, that she's got family somewhere, whether they're in Seoul or not. He's not too sure about that.
Okay, fuck, I forgot what I was going to say.
Oh.
Right. No. I don't want to keep the body of my friend, but I know she wouldn't want to be burned on a pyre. I'll just save her body for burial.
Well, if you would like me to relocate it, I can absolutely do that for you. But I'm going to set this place on fire, if it's all the same.
Just looks up. You're going to set this building on fire?
I am going to set whatever catches.
Just leans down and whispers to Sorenja, "Do I catch on fire?"
Sorenja, who sat on the floor and has since pulled a dagger out to cut the tips of her fingers and drawn a circle around her in blood, just shakes her head no. Not even responding verbally to Mary.
Oh.
This
And
is gonna be a
Ogin
very
will
weird group dynamic.
Ogin will come out and
Do
say,
you
"Oh,
have
if
a
it isn't
picture?
Sorenja."
Not looking. She's just still smearing blood around on the floor. Fumbling.
Always.
She ritual casting?
Yeah.
Yeah, she has to
Okay.
concentrate. She's doing magical things with her whatnots, and I don't know, something interesting.
With their with their coolant?
With that Kool-Aid.
Yeah, it seems to be some of her fluid has come out, and she likes to use it for things. I like to keep mine inside. It helps me run better. But
And I will say, nice hat, Mr. the Robot.
well, thank you, sir. I got this at Ostwinds, and he was a very nice man. Did my whole suit. I don't know where you got yours from, but I don't think it was from Ostwinds. It was more formal wear. Y'all seems to be
Oh.
more. Is that does it have a feather in it?
Yeah.
Your hat seems to be alive in some sort. It seems to be.
Oh, it's just a decoration, and I will take out the feather to show him.
That's gonna be a morbid discussion.
His hat screams in pain as he pulls the feather out. No.
You all make a wisdom saving throw.
This can be decorated. Yeah.
Snare's sex gonna ask Jackson, do you have
You kind of
Nope.
Looking-
Nope.
And I don't know one bet, but maybe if someone here traveled enough or know Grindale, they might recognize the uniform, but that is...
Ambrose would. But what were you saying, Callie? Because we couldn't hear you.
I thought you were saying no, so I wouldn't talk.
No, we couldn't
No,
hear
we
you.
can hear you. You have to go to your settings and fix your sensitivity.
I'm not even sure if that's it at this point. But
Okay.
Snail's gonna ask Jackson if he had a place to even put the body of his friend. Because looking at that doorway, there's no guarantee they're gonna go back out and soul, because that doesn't seem natural.
It smells like soul.
No.
Does it smell like soul out there?
Wombat said no. Said it was
Smells like the outdoors, right?
yeah.
Yeah, it's just
Yeah, I think you said it was fresher.
it's just
okay.
fresh air compared to the dense air that you guys have been breathing in.
I mean, where else would we be?
You know that there is magic teleportation?
What?
Watch once your
Well,
question.
seeing as it was night when this all started, now it's like it's daytime. Who really knows?
I would say that Sorenja's ritual would probably have completed by now.
Okay.
You were casting Detect Magic, correct?
Yeah.
What's that do?
It detects animals in the area.
Oh, right, of course.
I can only find all of the animals.
Hmm.
Actually, no, I get a sense of magic within 30 feet of me, and I can find out anything that bears magic, and I can find out what school of magic it is from.
Okay. Within 30 feet of you.
Yeah, and then once I'd felt my ritual complete, I've got 10 minutes, so I'd slowly walk around the room.
Yeah, okay. This entire building fucking just lights up. I'll say it lights up with conjuration.
Ooh.
And then if I walk towards the portal,
I think portals are conjuration as well, aren't they?
yeah.
Yeah.
Abjuration?
Yeah, it's more abjuration. Conjuration's like pulling a rabbit from a hat, and then
It's like summoning things.
Yeah,
conjuration.
Yeah.
right. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think yeah, probably.
They summon you. Pikachu.
Yeah, it's probably some sort of abjuration slash evocation sort of thing from the portal.
And then as I walk towards the cultists' bodies, the pile that Ambrose has created, anything?
There's a new sort of something that you can sort of see as you walk up to them. There's like a sort of a different sort of glow. It's multicolored. It's multicolored. You're not really sure what that means. It's not something that you've seen before.
And while looking at this portal, is there any way I can gauge anything about the color? Like, does the color mean like a location? Gauge anything off of the portal?
The color, you can sort of infer that sangromancy was used to open it.
I think we should go through here.
Hmm.
Gestures to the portal.
The red spinning portal that the guy walked out. That one.
Yes.
Why?
And we find out where they all came from. Or like what they're doing, or if there's more of them, or if more are going to attack the city.
With all due respect, Miss Soap Bubble,
You're not even trying anymore.
What is this group like?
Fucking soap bubble. Excellent.
we don't know what those things are going to do or how many more of them are on the other side. And maybe I was never very good at tactics or military strategizing, but Pop always said you don't bite off more than you can chew. So maybe we shouldn't chew theirs.
I think we can chew quite a lot looking at the room.
The way you worded that is so fucking concerning.
Marigold just
We're
said
about to
that
have a barbecue. We can chew them all we want.
I can't really chew.
Ambrose doesn't say that.
After seeing the two of them, I think we be
No
No,
idea what you
Nope.
said.
after seeing the two of them, I think we can all handle ourselves if we go through. And she's motioning to Robo Boy and Blood Girl, who splashed acid on everybody and completely obliterated people.
can one of you just like peek your head in and just see what's going on the other side? Just come out and tell us.
I can go if you like.
I mean, I don't see what could possibly go wrong.
Maybe you want me to go. Apparently, y'all need to do this thing called breathing. I don't need to breathe, so if it's somewhere you can't breathe, I can stick my head in and I'll be fine.
You don't have to breathe. It's wild.
No.
We
How do you
tie a
talk?
rope around you.
I think I have some rope. Check my bag. Do I have
got rope.
Oh, Sorenja's got rope.
I can conjure up vines. It's kind of like
Where?
rope.
We
What kind of rope does Sorenja have? Is it like,
have hemp.
is it...
rope.
Right, okay.
DSM rope.
I do
Is
not
this
take
for the
rope
nighttime
rope,
activities?
That's at home.
guys. Yeah, it's with the
I've
mice and the.
I've
lizards.
seen it at home. So-
What?
We'll tell you when you're older, Thomas.
No, I know. Fuck you.
Hey,
That was
Your
from the
elders
heart.
like that. Well, if you want to go through, I mean, I guess you can. I can tie rope around you and hoist you back out should you get lost.
Well, I can always see if it's, an immediate danger, and if it is, I can just jump straight back through, and if not, I'll come back through anyway and tell y'all. Start
Sounds
tying
like-
the rope around my stomach.
sounds like a great plan to me. And Ambrose chucks another body onto the pile.
Soria would like
Snedos
try
and
to hold
Calder are
on.
both helping.
Soria's holding the rope attached to Mary.
Complete.
Why don't you
virgin
tie the
Thomas
rope to
starts
one of
walking
these
through.
corpses? They're just they can act like an anchor.
He looks pretty heavy for this.
I'd rather be responsible if I accidentally kill my friend.
You can still hold it. It's fine. You do you. I trust you absolutely 100%. You look real smart.
And then she
Okay.
like keeps the rope in her two hands.
Poke my head through the portal, like
Just your
like you're
head.
about to. Just my.
That looks so wrong.
Homer Simpson coming out of the bushes.
That's exactly it.
The Miracle of Life video.
Yeah.
As you stick your head through, roll me a strength saving throw. As like you feel like a sort of pull of trying to like get the rest of your body through the portal.
I am not raging, so okay. Okay, 19.
Cool. Yeah. So you manage to like sort of hold your ground, but you feel like something pulling at you. It's more of like just like it's unnatural for only like part of something to go through a portal. So it's like it's sort of trying to pull you in through to the other side rather than like having you stuck in this space between.
Got ya.
But it's not necessarily like malicious in intent. It's just sort of like a thing. But as you sort of look around, you just see fields. Just green rolling fields. Off in the distance, you can see a very large dead tree. And in the other direction, you can see a large living tree. And you can see far off in the distance there is the spires of Sol.
Okay. I'll poke my head back through. Well, that was uncomfortable, but through that portal there seems to be a lot of fields with a big dead tree and a big not dead tree, and I can see Sol, so it's definitely taking us back. I didn't see
Well,
anyone
what's
else
out here
around.
then?
Better
Well,
not ask.
I did this one, so if you want to poke your head through that one and let me know.
Rosie, you'll keep doing this, right?
Of course.
Ambrose goes out the door.
As Calder's like dragging one of the cultist bodies by the clothes, just scooting it along.
Ambrose was in the process of snapping the chairs into timber.
Okay.
But yeah, we'll walk out.
Do you walk all the way out?
He's peeking his head out. Same thing.
Okay. Yeah, so there's this like as you stick your head out of this thing, it's blinding. It's so bright. But as you sort of look out further, there's this sort of waft of fresh air, and you can, if you breathe, you can. It's like a sea breeze smell to it, but you still cannot see.
Okay. He goes back inside. Smells like the ocean. I don't know where we are. Can't really see too far. But Morel seemed a little bit uncomfortable with how bright it was, so I thought I'd bring him back inside.
Did you see any buildings or anything?
I couldn't see a darn thing.
Yes, we're going through the portal.
I would
Well, I
agree
know
with-
through this red one we can see what we're doing.
Yeah, if you're seeing Soul, that's where we need to get back to, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yes, I think it would be worth our time. I would like to go to my bed, just take a nap, maybe.
oh, do you live in Soul?
I do.
Hey, fancy fighter man. Who are you?
Yeah. Oh,
I'm Ambrose
Ogin.
Hollybow, by the way.
I'm
You're
Ogin.
what?
Ogin.
Ogin.
Yeah.
Ogin. Featherman, it's nice to meet you. We're maybe we should all get ready to go through the portal. So Rosie and I can get this fire started. Are you planning on taking your friend, Sparky?
Yes. If you would be as kind as to keep her separate, then carry her.
Ambrose just fireman carries her right over the shoulder. Right. So, and he tells Morel, no eating. Not for eating.
Morel sort of, like, you can see, like, a sort of, like, bows head in shame sort of thing.
We'll get you something to eat.
There are fields on the other side. If you said you wanted to bury your friend. Fields
There's
are like
not,
dirt, right? Yep.
Fields are made of dirt. That's something I know.
Easy peasy.
A grave with a view of soul sounds very deserving for such a woman.
I'm sorry for your loss.
Do you love her?
No, I wouldn't say love per se, but she is a dear friend of the family.
Well, we shall go give her a nice little home and some cozy.
Thank you, kind strangers.
Anybody got a quick way to light this up, or are we just using a tinderbox?
Give me 1 second.
Yeah.
Does anyone have firebolt?
Yeah, I was
He's
about
got
to say
lightning
one,
bolt.
but
We
remember
do have
It does,
something,
it does.
but
It does light it.
Yeah, but I was about to say, remember that conversation we had about how lightning bolt was basically just firebolt, but I reworded it, and you said it was fine to keep the flammable object description part of it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just going to use that.
Yeah, go for it.
Sick.
Thank
So-
you so much. This is much quicker. And Ambrose stands in front of the burning pile of people and says, Theris? How do you pronounce the goddess of death's name?
Theris.
Theris, guide these souls to where they belong. Some need more guidance than others. And he just bows his head and walks toward the portal.
Sorenja would really quickly untie Marigold and put her rope back in.
And I will look strange a little bit to Ambrose because we don't talk about
Very
gods.
nice.
Bruno.
High
Out of
five.
my head.
Already got it in the journal.
Yeah.
Cow people talk to flaming bodies.
I was going to say Snaros is actually going to put like a hand over her chest and bow her head a little, and she's mumbling in a giant
No.
in another
No.
language. She's
It
going to
cuts.
speak to the bodies very low in a mumble, just paying respects in a mixture of giant and another language.
Yeah.
I know giant.
What's the other language?
Draconic.
I speak Draconic.
Yeah, what you saying? What you saying?
Fuck, we're noisy.
And also, someone else knows giant.
Yes.
I've been taking lessons.
So it's going to be a mixture of words between the two of you, because it is a mixture of both languages. But the gist of what you both will hear is basically her saying that while she does not know these people, she hopes that they may find rest in their death.
That
I
was
don't
very
know.
beautiful, what I could understand.
And I will speak the language of my origin. So I don't know what is the language. Wombat, from where I come. I hope I know him Even though I did not put it in my language set.
Technically, it's a form of abyssal.
Okay.
Mm.
So I'm talking a form of abyssal. Now we'll see.
So, whoever can understand abyssal, whenever he speaks in this language, you'd be able to sort of understand it, sort of, but it's like it'd basically be like translating from a traditional language to a simplified version of a language. Like it doesn't quite match up.
Okay.
Like Shakespearean English to
Yeah.
Yeah,
Current
old
English?
English and New English.
Yeah.
I mean, it would get Sneros' head just snap right over just looking at him.
And I
I'm
will
gonna say-
just salute the dead and say in this language, dying is a part of life. I hope you do well in your
Ambrose
next
would have
life.
loved that, and he can't understand it. Shit.
Yeah. Having heard Snero speak some Draconic, Marigold will turn around and say the essence of library that way is coffee. He listens to it very well, but he's not so good at speaking it yet.
Excellent.
He's just trying to do.
It's like how
So
I am
look
with
at him.
Spanish right now.
She'll actually look at him and reply in common, a good effort, but not the right words.
We should probably go. This place is gonna go
Damn
up.
it.
Yeah. During that
Yes.
whole part, Jackson didn't say a word. He just stood there, staff in hand. His mind, not sure if anyone would pick up on it, but his mind switched between that moment and something else.
If he's still
I think Ambrose
absent-minded
is
while the
pretty
fire's
insightful.
going,
Yes.
Marigold's gonna just grab him and just go, through you go, squishy man!
On the other side of the portal, what was the date, time of day?
It was middle of the day.
It was like sunny, yeah.
Yeah.
I think from the description.
It's always sunny in Seoul.
Seoul is the court of summer. Wonderful.
So is everyone going through this portal? Okay. Can everyone please expend 1 hit dice?
Oh,
I
that
think
makes sense.
I just
I
click
forget
one
what
off
my hit die
my...
is.
I don't remember where they are. Where are they?
Yeah,
If
where
you're on
are they?
D&D Beyond, go to short rest and then just click one of the boxes and then don't do anything else. I think that...
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
no, it didn't.
Just basically keep in mind that you've got 1 less dice to use when you take short rest, or if you take a short rest.
I've just had to click take short rest and then that way it keeps it, but I haven't rolled any hit dice or anything.
Yeah. But
Okay,
that'll be
so we have 1 less.
So you don't get the health. You don't lose it as like damage or anything like that. It's just that you can't use that to get health back in a short rest. Cool. Yeah. So as you all step through the others through this portal, as you turn back, there's nothing. The portal that you've stepped through is not there. And you wander out into these plains. If everybody would go onto roll 20, I'm going to do a ping of where you guys are.
I see the dead and the alive.
I see lots of different pings going
I
on.
don't know who the fuck's pinging. This is
Wombat's the dark blue one.
This one.
You're purple, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, we
Yep.
got you. Yeah, so we could see the big healthy tree and the big dead tree, and we could see the city. So yeah, that makes sense.
Let me just direct message this.
I mean, Jackson somehow appeared at the top of somewhere else.
Oh, up there. No, I haven't moved. Those are just from before. I put all the tokens on where everyone's from.
Oh, okay.
Oh, good. I was worried I shoved him like through the portal way too hard, and he just flew halfway across the country. Good.
Go, Squishy. Fling.
He would have been aware
Airborne
of
for
like,
months.
oh, He would have
Yeah.
been aware enough of what was happening to walk through of his own volition.
Yeah, good. Yeah. In which case, he wouldn't have done it. He also wouldn't have called him Squishy either. It's not a marigold thing.
The Mork thing.
Do I have a shovel in my inventory?
Snados can tell Colder to dig.
That's a good
Maybe
idea.
Marigold love to dig.
Ambrose has got hands, but he's got like shovel-sized hands.
He does
8
have
feet
big
tall.
farmer hands. Yeah. Big toasters.
Surely the gardener has a shovel.
He doesn't. He's got carpenter's tools, though. So he could use, like, the back of his hammer.
That is one
He's got,
way
a,
to
he's
use
got a
it.
buckler, too. Could just use the buckler. Who cares if it's
Good
dirty?
old
It's fine.
bucklers. Fuck, I was going to look something up.
So that's why, like, Colder
Oh
dig.
well, probably wasn't important.
Yeah, so with the combined efforts of everyone, you managed to dig a hole. Hole big enough for whatever you're using it for.
A whale.
For the person that
burial.
Jackson wanted to bury. Well, I guess I wouldn't have dug a hole until Jackson said he wanted to dig a hole.
Just like digging.
I like to sleep in trenches.
Jackson would have looked around just briefly for a good spot. Point and just say, lay her here.
Eons.
Col-
He
Colder
does.
dig.
And then, yeah, I don't know how we go about the whole digging situation. So
A hole gets dug. Deep enough for a grave.
What do you
How
want for a
far from
marker?
the city would you say we are? Is it like miles or leagues or
It's probably a couple days walk.
a couple of days? Okay.
Shit.
There's a big map.
Right, I can see.
So I was going to speak up. Do we really want to go back to the city that tried to kill us?
The city didn't try to kill us. What
The
did the city
people
do?
The people are
The
of
world
city.
is trying to
Cities
kill
don't
us.
kill people. Cultists kill people. Pop always said.
And who runs the city?
I don't
we
know,
don't
but when
know
I come
that.
across killers, I bring them into the mark, and then I get paid for it. Which is why I got this little fella in my bag. Got the kobold head.
I have some XT
Have some what?
effects, personal items. It's in bubbles, trinkets, if you
Stuff.
And we need I need to do something in Seoul because something will crumble if we don't go back.
Something will
mean-
crumble. Do you have cookies in there?
I think Snaros know.
Me and Sorenja can't be far away from our apartment for too long, because if Rank comes around and we're not there, he might kick us out.
Worst case, I have keys to the fabric shop. We can move in upstairs. They have a quaint little apartment. They've already paid off their loans and their debt. Realistically, we could just move.
But my chair is in the apartment.
And we can move your chair. We can get you a bigger chair.
Oh. Now you're sprechen Sie my Deutsch.
You speak Abyssal?
What? Must have been a Freudian slip.
I know.
Yeah, so while you guys are digging away, I'll just be looking over and just say, I think we are a while from the city, though. It may take some time. We may want to travel together and stay close in case of bandits or whatnot.
That'd be a
Is-
wise idea.
Is there
I think right now for me the worst thing is not the bandit.
Hang on,
is
where
there
are we?
anything that says where that one man went? Because assuming he went through this portal
He
while the
went
dig is going on.
backstage, not through the portal.
The portal was back.
Portal
but
was
it-
backstage.
Oh,
Yeah,
well,
but the
backstage.
portal was backstage.
Yeah.
Um, Fuck it. Anyone that wants, give a survival or investigation check to see if there's any sort of like
Yeah,
trail.
I do.
Yeah, I want to
I got a 25 survival.
I do have
25
survival.
investigation.
I got a 16 survival.
I got a 15 survival.
Oh, that's what I was going to ask. That hit die.
I have
you
no
wanted-
fucking clue where I am.
Did you want us to tell you what we rolled, or?
No, you don't roll it. You just lose it, so you can't get it back if you take a short rest.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Sorry. So, who rolled survival? Okay. What did
Rolled
everyone get?
investigation.
One by one, please.
15.
Um,
Got a 4 in total, but it was a 1.
Oh, okay. Ambrose,
25.
Ogin,
16.
okay. And the other two, who I'm guessing did investigation.
Did, yes.
Okay. Would you roll?
25.
25. Nice. All right. Jackson, did you roll?
No, I
No.
did not.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so you guys, the two of you together, looking, there's like a fair few trails that like faint trails in the grass that you can see, marching off. It's very clear that they've been going back and forward through this area a lot. But mostly, you can see the trail. Why is it there? Who's put that there? What's going on? Okay, there we go. Yeah, so mostly the trails heading this way. Down south.
Why do we never use compass directions in the like?
Because the maps are always like that. But yeah, so down more towards the south.
Sorry.
That's
Ambrose, was it?
That's me.
You see divots in this grass?
No, I just see the grass is kind of bent in funny ways, like kind of like a footprint. And there's a couple of flowers that are kind of wilted, like they got stepped on. Like, you know, when you step on a flower, you try not to step on flowers because they're just nice.
Do they feel
Actually-
pain when you step on them?
I can ask them.
That would
What?
be lovely. Could you please? I've always wanted to know what they feel when we brush them under our toes.
Do you enjoy crushing things? Is crushing your thing?
It can be from time to time.
She's a
I
dog.
like you. You're a little different.
Thank
And you know what? Pop always said it takes all kinds. So, your kind is welcome. And I appreciate it.
Your kind is welcome.
And she just kind of stares at you like a little dumb.
Anyway, that looks like they went through here.
It looks like they headed south. Maybe we should follow the trail while it's apparent.
I thought
I
you need
know-
to get home.
Going to Seoul does seem lovely, but if an opportunity presents itself, we should probably take it up.
How these prints that we're looking at, can we tell how long they've been here? Like, are we looking at the freshest set of prints that's in this area?
Yeah, so the like, there's lots of like sort of everywhere. There's prints of like people have moved through here, but the like most recent ones are the ones that are heading south.
Great. I wild shape into a horse.
Has anyone seen Community?
Yeah, sure.
This is wrinkling my brain.
That's wrinkling my brain.
Ambrose,
That's
you
wrinkling my
should look
brain.
to the south. If you want to move speedily. Is someone going to mount him?
Morel's already back there.
I have a horse if we need to go somewhere.
And Ambrose kind of tentatively steps, like this big gray dappled horse, like a draft horse, just starts tentatively, like, looks back over its shoulder, walks another couple of steps, like,
I think Ambrose wants to follow.
So the intention is to follow the man with the flying quill that stabbed me earlier.
Yes.
Yes.
I have no objections to that. I'd like to stab him with his own quill.
Would you like to leave your friend on the ground, Mary, and we can come back for his body? Or do you want to carry around that carcass? No
I
difference
mean-
either way. I support everyone's interests. You know, I've got my little friends at home, and maybe you want a little friend.
No, I'm more thinking that he's probably a good month's rent for us, so I don't want to lose him.
Excellent idea. Just continue carrying him then, I won't touch you.
We'll see how it goes. If he turns into like fucking slush in the bag, I'll just be like, yeah.
If you keep him so
Pres-
that strong enough, I can animate his dead body for fun. You can make him into a puppet.
Like what you did with those mice in the apartment when they were dancing and singing and what?
But like better.
Snados is hearing this. She's gonna slowly just start walking the direction they need to go.
Mm.
You see a little ding over Marigold's head. It just says "New fear unlocked." Dancing things.
All right. So
Hell yeah, I'm up for going that way.
Yeah.
Someone going to ride Amhorse.
Is anyone particularly slow? What about Jackson?
Just thinking, Jackson's again probably not really paying attention. He's just standing over the grave.
Sorenja would like sink up and get uncomfortably close to Jackson, like put her head on his shoulder and like be ear to ear.
Just
Okay.
Dwight from the office. What the fuck?
Ready? We can put you on the gray one.
Thank you for the offer, but I think I would rather walk. It might do me some good.
Yes. And she just walks away and has no more words.
All right.
After she leaves, Zap sort of. What noise do otters make? Whatever. Zap
Like
makes
a
a
yelp.
noise. Not like a yelp, like a
squeak.
chirp or squeak
Yeah.
or something. Jackson sort of like brushes him gently, then walks with the group.
Snados will just ask that Sorenja get up on the horse.
How does she get up there?
Snados is suggesting for Sorenja to get up on the horse.
Well,
She's not quite as long-legged as the rest of us.
neither is he. And she points to Ogin.
No, but you are a lady. You deserve an easy ride.
And I did the military, so I know how to run for a long time.
Fine then, I'll just. Fine. And she like walks over and she looks at the horse that was once her friend Amrose and just like puts her head to its snout and thinks about asking permission to sit on him. Not gonna say anything out loud. She's just gonna stare awkwardly at this horse.
Ambrose horse gets down on its little, like, does the kneeling thing to let her get on with just the front legs.
And Sorenja would get on and sit, pulling her dress up a little bit and like pushing like the fabric slits to the side so you can sit comfortably. Thank God for slitted dresses, am I right?
Righty, if that's that, and you all agreed to start heading south and following the trail.
So
I think we will call that.
You're riding with MOREL, by the way.
We'll call the session there for tonight.
Yay! Excellent.
riding.
That was
Excellent.
really good,
excellent.
Wow.
I still
was
don't forgive you
excellent.
for
That
that
on a-
crit roll.
Riding a horse. Riding a horse. Put in the notes that Ambrose turns to a horse.
Oh, yeah, got that. I've started listing Ambrose's nicknames for everyone as well.
There'll be more. That's just what he's got